and we'll have some solidarity out there as well. Now, here we go, the DP World Smart Truck, delivering the match ball to umpires for tonight's game. We are on time and ready to go to 2 p.m. local start. As the umpires, Ahmed Pakteen from Afghanistan and Ghazi Sahel from Bangladesh. The 2 men that are going to charge. Paul Wilson, by the way, from Australia, is the TV umpire, and Rashan Mahanama from Sri Lanka is the match referee. Right, in case you're just joining us, just a reminder, the Warriors won the toss, selected to bowl. There's the 2 captains, Southey and Pollard. Really important game. They did as to get their season underway. These guys got thumped in the first game at this venue. Did the Warriors. 233 runs were scored. Livingston was outstanding with a quick fire 80. Tim David also had some fun in that game. They'll want to turn things around here and make sure they get a couple of points. These 2 guys are fine players right at the top. Wasim has had a good record the last couple of years. Bairstow, we know how good he can be. A couple of blokes who will enjoy actually batting on this surface as well, I think, because it's going to suit the new ball coming on initially. Then the spinners will no doubt have a bit of a go. Andy Flowers alongside me. G'day, Andy.
G'day, Hazy. Great to be here. Beautiful sunny day. Johnny Bairstow out there in the middle. Looking forward to seeing him bat. What a record he's got in international cricket and franchise cricket. Mohammad Wasim, who's done brilliantly in the ILT20 in his international career for the UAE, is having a slightly quiet time in this tournament. Today's a great opportunity. You want to be out there in that sunshine as a batter, wouldn't you? Seeing a lovely pitch to bat on. Great viewing conditions to see the ball. Ikshana taking that first over.
Yeah, Chiksana is someone who likes bowling with a new ball. That economy rate to just over 7 is quite extraordinary throughout his career. They've had their real problems in the power play. They haven't been picking up wickets actually in the ILT20 in the power play. The Warriors. So maybe this little change might make a little bit of difference. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Tim Southey. A couple of the senior pros looking for better performance from all as we start the countdown. Right, here we go. First ball. Game 6. A little bit of turn straight away, as we expected. Certainly a drier track today than the first game that was played on the surface. It's pitch number 3, which was used in the first game. Didn't get a run in the second game, but it's now been used in the third game here in Sharjah.
Well, there was some turn there, wasn't there? That's interesting. If this pitch turns, we might not see the 6 fest that we expected. Nicely played by Wasim, turning it round the corner. Bairstow on strike.
A little bit shorter. Carom ball. He's got some variety. Tuksana. Flick out the front of the hand. A lot shorter, I think, than he would have ideally wanted. To cost too much though, it's okay.
Well, they're banking on Hazy. They're banking on these batters having a look in this first over. The wind is blowing quite powerfully down the ground. If the batter wanted to take on the straight boundaries, he'd be hitting with the wind. That's why Tikshan is dragging it back a little. Very watchful start for my Emirates.
Bowling about 94 pace per hour at the moment, so there's a little bit more flight, a little bit more turn as well. Beautifully bowled.
In fact, was that turn or a little bit of swing? Licking it out the fingers. Hazy, you were out there.
Yeah, there was a lot more live grass when we were here for game number 1. And there's a bit more bounce and a bit more carry, so it's definitely going to suit the spinners, there's no doubt about it. When the ball's nice and hard, the batsmen might like it, and the seamers. But it's been a really good batting track over the last few years here in Sharjah. That's the general consensus.
Well, that last ball bounced quite nicely, actually. Hit on the top of the bat. That bodes well.
Look at the numbers from season 3 and the games that we played here so far. The average score batting first is 173. It's an average score, not a winning score, average score. It's a nice start. Just 4 runs off the first over. Quick look at the two teams, a couple of power hitters in both those lineups. Tim David at the top, he's only playing 3 games, we understand. Tyler Cadmore is someone who's enjoyed playing in the ILT20. Ganesh Karthik is very adaptable. Then look at the other side, you've got Paran, Pollard, Shepherd in the middle. That's daunting. Bairstow at the top, Banton as well. It's a good batting lineup that didn't fire in their first game against the Giants, the Golf Giants. In fact, they were beaten with 32 balls left. Wasam Akram from UAE into the attack.
Wasam Akram, left arm swing bowler for the UAE.
As he would be.
There's the attempted in-swinger. Yes, indeed, famous name. Not sure he can quite hold those standards, but if he can get the ball to dart in at both these players, particularly Wasim, actually, find some real results in this over. It's not going to swing for long in this sunshine, I don't think.
No, it's been swinging for a while at night, which has been quite interesting, because in some games it's still be swinging over number 9. It's a nice line, a little bit of extra bounce as well. Got some nice support of the ground today, which is great to see.
Yeah, a lot of yellow shirts out there. Wasam Akram. Very controlled movement in towards the crease. They'd want to be bowling in those areas, wouldn't they? Good length. Asking the batsman to do all the work.
Corrects all the youngsters here. Terrific. That's nicely bowled. And good work of his own bowling as well. Just made Bairstow hesitate a little bit.
Very watchful start by my Emirates. It's a nice release. Good seam position for the in-swinger. 3 dots in a row. And Bairstow will be getting quite twitchy.
Yeah, here comes the tough deliveries, I think. Bairstow is enormously talented. He will know that they can't afford a slow start. A quick little look towards that leg side. We got to mid-60s metres to that boundary. In fact, both sides are actually square. There he is, having another look around. So they've actually, the men that were fielding out there, have taken a few paces back. Hit that pretty well. Going to look for 2. I think there's only going to be 1. Yeah, he's hit it too well. Just the single, so that's good stuff from Akram.
Really good start for Akram. And he's got Bairstow off strike. So he's got a new batter to bowl to for 2 balls. Great start by Akram. Intimidating to bowl at these 2 up front. Bairstow using his feet. And Akram reacting well, dragging his length back a little, keeping it straight enough. Making the batter hit to where his 2 defending boundary fielders were.
Oh, that's nicely done. Very nicely bowled. Terrific work, good thinking. Not coming back in to the right-hander.
Great piece of bowling. 4 in-swingers he bowled at Bairstow, and this one's gone across Wasim. Great piece of variation.
Mohammed Wasim, the batsman, is just been a little bit under par season 3 and so far in season 4, so he needs to get back to his normal form. Top over so far. Last ball coming up. Oh, it's an outstanding over. That is magnificent. Just 1 run off the second over. 5 for none, 2 down. They've been becalmed at the moment. My Emirates, a couple of overs, 5 runs, just 1 off Akram's first. Salvi. Heaved onto the leg side. Oh, that's good work. Really good work from Sikandar Raza. Really good stuff. He's a live wire.
He really is. Great guy to have in your squad. Full of energy. And bowl bat field. Salvi will know that these two have to come hard at him, and they will be hitting with the wind. There's going to be some action this over, one way or the other.
Yeah, the captain will be happy so far, Salvi, but he's got a tough over now to keep them quiet. Now there's work to be done again. The chase is on, dive, and he does brilliantly. Outstanding work, good chase for Sikandar.
That's brilliant. Running straight to this time. Bairstow with the pull shot, long way in front of square, and Raza doing brilliantly.
He'll have to take a lie down, won't he? A couple of chases.
Well, out in that heat. It'll be tiring, 20 overs if he feels like this.
It's about 30 degrees Celsius at the moment, by the way. Bit of a breeze. Swing and a miss. Looking for that leg side boundary. Livingston peppered that leg side boundary in game number 1. Now, the smart commentator is the one that's standing alone here. Who is he? Oh, no one. Everyone's gone for my Emirates. No one at all has picked the Warriors. Sorry, Tim Salvi. Inside edge. Wants to. Wasim wasn't interested.
Well, there are a lot of good reasons for everyone going for my Emirates in this game. They haven't lost a game in Sharjah. And Sharjah Warriors have a very poor record at home. They've played 17 times and they've won 4 or 5? 4. So, being betting men, we've gone for the easy decision.
Which we're not, of course. Now, that's a better connection, but it's gone to Sikandar Raza again. Now, I wonder if everyone else will just leave the field and leave Sikandar Raza out there.
Well, this has been a great start by Sharjah Warriors. 3 overs. Nothing happening. No boundaries. Sensational first half of the power play. Could they turn this record around here at Sharjah today? He'll be hoping so, JP Duminy.
Last ball. Oh, it's terrific. That's outstanding. Brilliant shots. My goodness, that's a beauty. Outstanding work. Nice way to finish the over. 17 for none after 3. Certainly some ability and some power in the next few guys coming to bat. Banton, Paran, Pollard, Shepherd. Terrific shot, that last one from Bairstow. This will be contender for the DP World Dispatch of the day. Just like DP World, he's delivered. Magnificent shot. Straight down the ground. Big contender for the DP World Dispatch of the day. Delivering early.
An early call from me, Hazy, but I reckon on this ground there are going to be a few a little bit bigger than that. Even though that crashed into the roof. I think with the power that we can see on offer and people hitting with the wind this way, we're going to see a few on top of this roof.
29 sixes in the first game that was played here when Livingston and Tim David had a lot of fun. Pretorius, he was on the receiving end actually of that last over that Livingston himself pretty much hit for 33, including 5 sixes in that last over. So he got pumped all over the place. No great surprise that he's changed ends. Scamper one. Now we're in the 1x bat power play. And if you play well in the power play, you do well. And this was Wasim Akram who did terrifically in the 1 over that he's bowled, just went for 1. This is the very first T20 game he's played, Wasim Akram. Very first. And he fronts up and he does this. Unbelievable stuff. Brilliant. What was. It's been said a few times before, I think in the past as well. Sensed he was coming, but it was too short. Almost bruised his own toe. He was coming down and backing away at the same time. It was spotted by Pretorius. Fewest power play wickets of the Warriors, and their pace attack's really been an issue. Highest average and the highest economy in 2025, conceded 179 in 14 overs in their first outing. Smashed everywhere. They were delighted they broke this partnership. Bit of dancing from David Bairstow. It's not right out of the middle, but it's good enough. So that's our first big ticket for the innings. Play big, dream bigger, big tickets.
Are you showing your age a little there, Hazy? Johnny Bairstow.
I just like watching David play, actually. Last ball of the over. Eased on the onside for a single, but it has gone for 9 runs. 4 done, 26 for none.
Giants sitting proudly at the top of the table. And these two sides, having played one, lost one, looking to get their tally underway for season 4 of the DP World ILT20. Oh, over long off this time from Bairstow. 6 more. Another one for him. Maybe time just before the power play ends to get going a little bit more. Afternoon, Rohan.
Afternoon, Julie. This was in the slot though for Johnny B. Too good a player to miss out on those, especially in the power play with the field up. This is good from my Emirates point of view. The last 7 deliveries, just getting a bit of momentum into the innings.
You know, I said it a bit, and Karen Pollard mentioned it at the toss, actually, you can't be 3 down in the power play. So I understand that they were a little more circumspect in the first 2-3 overs. Just trying to get through. If you are 1 down at the end of the power play with the power that they have to come, you know, 180, 190 is still well and truly on the cards.
Yeah, and I think if you get to that 190 mark on this ground, anything less than I think you might struggle a bit. It's going to be more in hope. Like you were saying, they've got that firepower down the order to make use of a platform set by the openers. It goes anywhere close to the bat.
It's one of those good bowler keeper appeals that convince the umpire not to give it a wide. Heaves it away to Andaraza, who has been a busy boy.
Yeah, I think Sikandar Raza has been a really good inclusion into this addition to the Warriors. He was with the Capitals last season, played that really crucial innings in the finals. I think he's just, like you said, busy boy. He's such a busy player, whether it's fielding, batting, bowling.
Timing on that occasion. Been pretty comfortable. 9 from the first 5 deliveries. So just move in a little slower and quicker, I'd say. Lovely sights in and above the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Great sporting facility now out this way. So many different sports on offer. Leading edge, and it will just get over. In the end, it possibly should have been taken. I think Shivam got there early enough, just couldn't quite wrap the hands around it. 5 overs done, 37 without loss.
It's been a steady start from my Emirates, haven't lost a wicket. This was something that I think they were working on, having lost a few in the previous game. But Mohammad Wasim and Johnny Bairstow got a good platform going for the batters to follow. Last over of the power play. They've done well to get Tikshana in. Chance of picking up a wicket.
Follows him, they'll take 1. Standing in the middle for today, Ghazi Sohail. 23rd T20 match. Pakteen is our other official in the middle. Oh, wow. Plenty on that. Deep into the grandstand. Something for the kids to cheer about.
Oh, that's tremendous power. He's picked it from outside off. He's played that with such power over mid-wicket. Again, just an amazing shot when you have a look at that replay. The wrist work, high quality.
And looking for that genuine off spinner, not the one that flicks out the front of the hand, but a little bit of flight. And Wasim ticked slightly better than a runner ball now. Only just. Relatively equidistant both sides, 63 and 65. Smallest of all the grounds we play on in this DP World ILT20 compared to Dubai International Stadium, and then when we get down to the Zayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi, eased away. Now, they had an opportunity, Shubham Ranjane, in the last over. Thought it was just going to loop over his head, Ron, but once he got there, you think he probably should have taken it.
100%. I think he'll be disappointed. His teammates will be disappointed. There's the bowler's reaction. He's thinking, yeah, should have taken it. Clever bowling. Fired that near the tram lines on the offside. Having seen Johnny Best, who just gives himself a little bit of room.
He should have stuck with his first decision there, Johnny, and just kept going wider of off. It was brilliant bowling. Pulled it back nicely after that 6 coming off the second ball. It's Pakteen. 58 T20 match for him. Bit of experience out in the middle with Pakteen and Dazi Sohail. Away, Johnny Bairstow says 2, and it should be comfortably 2, and they might double it. They do. Double it up, make 4, and the end of the power play, decent one for My Emirates, 49 without loss. Three sixes, 2 4s, and they finished the power play off in good style.
Yeah, a bit of a gift that last review, a full toss. And what Johnny Best did really well was get the placement absolutely spot on.
Nad Siddiqui into the attack now. Right arm Seamer, local UAE man. Oh, it's a top edge, and that'll race away. There is a third in place, so Shana gets around. They pick up a couple. He comes up for My Emirates.
I'll tell you what, there's a moment when they run to, when Wasim's run blind. He's got back to the non-striker's end, and then the bowlers obstructed his vision. But again, he knows that there were 2, so there was no hesitation. And he just ran through. But as a batter, you know when there's a certain 2, so you just run. Have a look at this. He's jogged, had a quick look, and then again, the bowlers obstructed his vision, but he's made that first turn around to see where the fielder is, where the ball's going. He knows there's an easy two, so absolutely no doubt in his mind that he was going to make his ground.
Yeah, you're probably relying a little bit too on Johnny Bairstow coming down. He's yelling 2-2-2 as you're running the opposite way, because you note that Wasim didn't really look until he was at the non-striker's end. Work again for Sikandar Raza. Oh dear. He's been good. We've praised him. We've bigged him up. Not on this occasion.
Yeah, and he'll be disappointed with that effort. I was actually struck well by Johnny Bairstow on the few pull shots that he's timed really well in this innings. And just too easy for a player like Sikandar Raza to miss that.
Because of the way the outfield is cut, when it's hit hard and rolling all the way along the ground, it snakes. Hold him! Junaid Siddiqui finds the woodwork, and the end of Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, the advantage of bowling a stump-to-stump line. Again, a bit of a hike from Johnny Bairstow. You can see the thinking behind that shot, because he was playing it with the angle. Unfortunately for my Emirates, and Johnny Bairstow completely misses the ball. He's got to walk back. For 37, it's 56 for 1.
Second column from the left. 9998. 2 for 10,000 for Nicholas Pooran. Third West Indian to do so, should he get there. Behind Chris Gale and Kieran Pollard, who is still to come. Imagine that Kieran Pollard will overtake Chris Gale at some stage in the next year. About 300, just 200 and 275 behind him. Might be too high.
And now look at the wicket. Just trying to play that with the angle. Yeah, and you've got to say, the thinking behind the shot's spot on. It's just the execution of the shot which hasn't worked for Johnny Bairstow over there.
Yeah, totally agree. Short side or short boundary. Ball angling in. Just missed the line a touch with Siddiqui just maybe hitting the seam and angling it back in a little bit more. Pooran is underway. Well, it's question time. Jalawad Dakal in the umpire contest for you. Which batter hit the most sixes in the DP World ILT20 Season 3? JC, Johnson Charles, Tom Banton, Nicholas Pooran or Andre Russell? Get your answers in. T's and C's apply. Plenty of good prizes up for grabs.
Yeah, just want to say the enunciation and the diction was spot on.
Been practicing. Little collision, but it won't cause any danger. 10 from the over, 7 gone, 57 for 1. good platform for my Emirates. Banton, Pollard, Shepherd, Bajinder, Shakib. Talk about that power a lot. Themselves to a position after 14 overs, so another 7 overs going at 9 or 10 and over. Around that 120 mark, 130 mark maybe, with 5 to go. 6 to go. This is where the game gets interesting though, because the very talented Adil Rashid, one of those leg spinners I love watching, a bit like Yuzvendra Chahal, not afraid to bowl it slow and wide.
Yeah, and to toss it up. And the other good thing about Adil Rashid is he knows exactly when he's got to give it a bit of air and when he's got to go flatter in trajectory. Excellent game awareness, reading of the match situation. Here's that wicket again. You can see the angle just coming back in, knocking that middle stump.
Yeah, well, Adil Rashid loves this Nicholas Pooran matchup as well. 13 innings, Pooran scored 86 runs off 79 balls. Been dismissed 4 times against Adil Rashid. Average of 21 and a strike rate of only 109. And when you compare those numbers to Nicky P's overall numbers, Rashid has had the wood on him.
I actually think the fact that Nicky P's just come into bat might be a blessing in disguise for him in this matchup against Adil Rashid, because as a batter, you always know if a bowler's got the wood over you. That's 10,000 runs in T20 cricket. What a magnificent player he's been in this format of the game.
Yeah, brilliant. Those numbers. Strike rate of 149. 400 innings, 10,000 runs to round number. He just needs to get that strike rate up to 150.
Well, yeah, just go back to my point. The fact that he's just come in means sometimes when you're a player of that ability and that quality, you do possess a certain ego and you go after a certain bowler. In this case, because he's just coming to bat, he's going to be thinking, listen, you know what? I'm just going to take my time a little bit, get set, and not take too many chances against Adil Rashid over here. Nicely struck for 4. Good way to end the 8th over. It's 65 for 1.
.24 for Mohammad Wasim at the moment, off 21 deliveries. Pooran's just gone to those 10,000 runs. My goodness, that's extraordinary stuff from him. Every time I see Pooran play really well, and obviously a big milestone like this, I can't help but to remember the time many years ago when he had that horrific car accident. And it took him about 8 months to walk again. Literally 8 months to walk again. Astonishing stuff. But he was told at one stage he'd never actually play sport again. Amazing to see. What an entertainer. Siddiqui now. Sing it onto the onside. 1 ball into the 9th over. Just another look at that fine shot from Mohammad Wasim off the last ball of the last over. Laura McGoldrick's joined me in the commentary box. Laura, welcome.
Sorry, and thank you. Great to be here with you, you lucky, lucky man.
Siddiqui didn't have a good game the first outing here. He's a very accomplished seamer. He's done a fine job in the Asia Cup recently in the UAE. Of course, he plays for UAE. And he is someone who's highly sought after. He was done in the auction as well. He was one of the key picks. But he started off pretty well with that wicket, important wicket of Bairstow.
Just starting to get going, wasn't he, before he managed to pick that up?
Be dangerous, of course, Bairstow, when he does get going. I think they got him just at the right time. He's that onto the onside and he smashed it for 6. That's a fine shot from Wasim. Lots of muscle involved in that shot. Really nicely played. They'll know each other very well, of course, both these guys. 81 metres, fine shot. Chopped away, has he got it through? Not quite, just a little bit of a knock on there to come back for the second direct hit. We'll find him wanting, but the throw was straight.
So let's go back to the auction. So this is the first time there's been an auction in the DP World ILT20, and these were the biggest buys. When you've got the likes of Siddiqui coming in, very popular, as you can see there, he's the 3rd highest. Andre Fletcher, the highest there from My Emirates. What do you do with pressure in these situations when you come in and you know you're the biggest buy in the competition?
I think the first thing you do is you speak to your bank manager.
I've never had that issue.
Yeah, there's obviously a little bit of responsibility on the players, but I mean, gee, it makes them puff their chests out a bit and say, great, I'm worth that money, it's wonderful. I mean, Fletcher, I know Fletcher was delighted when he saw the numbers. Curry, of course, I mean, he's a youngster, so he was a big find and a big target, so all the best to the guys. Siddiqui's been around for a while. It's nicely played, he's going to pick up a boundary.
The start to come thick and fast for Wasim now. He's looking quite good, quite calm. That loss of Bairstow hasn't affected him at all. He's right in full flight now.
I've liked the way he's gone about this inning so far. He hasn't done anything too rash, which he's been known to do from time to time previously, but season 3 wasn't a great one and he hasn't started all that well in season 4, so he needs to actually get himself a nice little total here. There's a key area for him. Nicely played, nicely struck. It's ended up being a very good over. 14 runs from it. That's really tidy. 9 done, 79 for 1. I think we might see the men in black just point to his watch. There we go. We've got a timeout.
Welcome back to Sharjah Cricket Stadium. If you have just joined us after the power play, my Emirates 79 for 1. Johnny Bairstow, the only batter back in the sheds at the moment, was looking good. Wasim looking better, still out in the middle there. The ground is looking an absolute picture today. Good crowd in.
Great to see these youngsters too. Nice crowd, Sunday afternoon. Why wouldn't you want to come out and watch some cricket? Really good to see. One of the stands is full of the young kids. And quite a bit of the filling up the crowd actually in the last 15 minutes. Nice to see.
Change of bowler for the Sharjah Warriors, Sikandar Raza. First time we see him today. And a change of colours this season for him.
Exactly right, but he's such a key player. He's going to have to do a very good job here because only one down at this stage, 9 wickets in hand, and all this power to come. I mean, the Pollards, the Porans, Shepherds, there's some serious batting to come, so they're going to have to try and rein in Paran, which Sikandar Raza is going to try and do on the surface. It'll suit him a little bit because it's going to be a little bit of turn around the place, but he's such a wonderful player, it's going to be tough.
We were looking at the Dubai Capitals last night. I was talking to Andy Flower and we're discussing how he's such a huge loss for the Capitals. He's a bundle of energy more than anything on the field. We saw today with some of his ground fielding early on. He's just giving it 100%.
He seems to be one of those blokes also, who's Sikandar Raza, that is, who's the right place at the right time often. He seems to come out in a situation where he needs some runs at the right time. He's been really busy today actually in the first over. I think he fielded like 4 balls in that region. That was 1 ball. The very next ball went that other way, so he had to dive and scramble and had to field a couple other times in the over too. So now he's probably exhausted actually.
When Nicholas Poran takes his time, is that a sign that we should be worried?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Perfect. He was kind of similar the other night when he and Pollard put on quite a good partnership together. I like watching them bat together.
I think they're outstanding together. That partnership, I think, was 75, but Pollard was the more aggressive of the two. In fact, Nicholas Paran, this is in Dubai, he went at a run a ball. End of the over, halfway mark now, 81 for 1.
Sharjah Cricket Stadium looking an absolute picture today. A beautiful day to kick off the double headers in the DP World ILT20 Super Sunday. Sharjah Warriors, well, they've pretty much used them all. Let's have a look at how Rashid's going to go in his second over. Single there. A great first over from Sikandar Raza, the tidiest, I think, of the day so far.
Yeah, really good, and it was so important, I think, that his first over was good against Paran. He was bowling mainly off spinners, which he likes to do to the left-handers on strike, and he kept him nice and quiet. Hence, Paran, that first ball of that over to Rashid, tried to loft him, I think, into the stand, didn't succeed. So Paran will be thinking he needs to get on with it a fraction, 5 off only 10 at this stage. Oh no, he's relaxed. Doesn't surprise anyone, really.
So this is the same pitch that was used the other night when Liam Livingston from ADKR went absolutely banana sandwich all over onto the road there. And I noticed those, I think he actually missed the nets which they've put up to stop that happening. How much of those conditions changed here today compared to that?
It's a little bit drier. There was a little bit more live grass on the track first up, so there was more bounce, and the seam bowler was coming onto the bat a little bit better.
Oh, just in the nick of time.
We had one of those sixes from Livingston the other night, which went onto the road actually, but a truck actually went by at exactly the same time. It bounced off the truck and onto a shop window. Didn't shatter it. Bounced back, and a gentleman threw it back into the field, which is very kind of him, I thought. But he might take him to the shop and pick him up. Direct hit would have been tight.
There he goes. Has he got enough of it? No, he hasn't.
Very good catch indeed. He wasn't in the right position, Tixener. Then the last minute he made a little bit of an adjustment and took a very fine catch. That is a massive wicket. Nicholas Paran got to his 10,000 runs. It was the slider actually from Rashid, which means it just went on a little bit quicker and kept its line. Gee, it's a really good catch. Had to adjust in the shadows too, which wouldn't have helped the case for Tixener. Very nicely done. Paran on his way for just 5 off 12. 83 for 2 now.
New batter at the crease. Tom Banton, not a new player to the DP World ILT20, had incredible success here last season. He's here because of this.
Yeah, what a catch. What a great catch. And this is definitely going to be one of the contenders, I think, for the Cycle Hub catch of the season. Tixener, magnificent catch when he gets a stylish and super cool bike, courtesy of the Cycle Hub. Top grab. Important player to get out. My goodness.
Bowled it straight through. What an end to the over.
Absolutely outstanding stuff from Rashid. Magnificent work. 2 wickets in the over. Slider got Paran. Wasim was looking to step on the gas a little bit, and it's another slider also. So it just stays on its line. It's a little bit flatter and just hurries on a fraction onto those stumps. So a couple of victims with that ball that he bowls so nicely. Wasim goes for 39 off 29. Couple of sixes in that 39. 84 for 3 now.
Well, that was a busy last over. Sees Shakib Al Hassan at the crease now. 84 for 3. Things have changed awfully fast here.
They really have. A couple of wickets, tight overs as well. The last over before was just 2 runs from Secunda Raza. He's into the attack again.
Rashid, talk us through this, because he did so well to get rid of Pura, and then this next ball.
I think that Mohammad Wasim was getting a little bit edgy. He was concerned that things weren't getting on. It's courtesy mainly of that over from Secunda Raza initially. Just went for 2, and then obviously Rashid also bowled a very fine over with that wicket of Puran. So it's a straight delivery in the end. It just skids on a little bit and just cannons into those stumps. A little bit flatter, a little bit quicker.
Just the single there. Crowd's certainly starting to get into it now. Busy Sunday afternoon.
But a little overthrow here.
Too busy looking at the traffic, I don't know.
I can see exactly what did happen. The throw was, the keeper, DK rather, wasn't expecting it at all.
He was watching the traffic too.
He was indeed.
When you have someone with as much energy as Sikandar Raza does, we've had a look at his ground fielding already, and he comes out here, he's bowling tight overs. How infectious is that within the camp?
Very, very infectious, particularly when you're a senior player, which he is. Suddenly the boys are left a bit. The guys in the inner circle, when he's bowling well, they make sure that they're pouncing on anything so there's no single stolen. Just breeds throughout the entire team environment, actually, when someone like this is performing with energy.
Through the gap for 4. Nice way to finish the over. 87 for 3.
Rashid, brilliant 2 overs for him so far. Ability to bowl so slowly, down under 70 kilometres per hour, that previous delivery. Slider that picked up the wicket of Wasim. Just a brilliant operator, Adil Rashid.
He really is. I love the nerve that he shows when he bowls. To bowl that slowly at some of these very powerful players, it doesn't only take great skill, but it takes great nerve, courage. In charge of his own field, he knows what he's doing. So much experience now. Great figures today.
The 2 wickets. This one too, Quran was the slider as well, quicker, couldn't get enough on it, toe end of the bat, good catch as well. In the deep, and watch this out of the hand. So smart. Wrong in there, just almost slipping past the inside edge of Banton's bat.
Well, I must say, I'm struggling to pick him even from here with the camera. See it easily there on slow-mo. Good turn. This is one of the reasons why my Emirates have been becalmed through this innings so far. Been very little explosion from them.
Oh, that's beautiful. How slow? Come on. 64. 64. From 84 down to 64.
That is beautiful. Look at that. And the dip at the end. The dip is what deceives the batsman.
Lovely shot from Shakib, inside out, one bounce for 4 to finish the over. 7 coming from it, 98 for 3. Brake's just been applied a little bit here. Sharjah Warriorz. Might have been the googly again.
That was a beautiful piece of batting from Shakib. I think he saw the googly and just lifted it gently over extra cover with the spin. Picked it, played a perfect shot.
Oh, catch. Tim Southey's got wonderful hands. I think they'll have a check of this. Yeah, he's not sure either, actually, Tim Southey. Maybe it just hit the turf prior to.
Right, just zoom it in. Zoom it, zoom it. Yep. Just roll it forward, roll it forward, roll it forward, roll it forward. That's it. Yeah, bounce there. Just bounce. Can you zoom it up at all? It looks like it's definitely bounced on his fingers here. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, back up. Yep. No catch. Not out, not out.
Yeah, I thought the ball bounced on his fingers, unless we're missing a frame there. That's beautiful. Timed, away over extra cover for 4.
100 up for my Emirates. With again a lovely piece of batting. Tom Banton is an absolute specialist in this area. He's brilliant over extra cover. He's picked the ball. It's a little carom ball, turning away from the right-hander. And he's just lifted it over extra cover. And the ball before looked like he lifted it into extra cover's hand.
I just thought that hit Tim Southey's fingers. Paul Wilson is our third official. Put me off a touch was Tim Southey didn't seem overly convinced. Shadow, what's the shadow? Oh, well, unless there's a frame missing, that's just out. And the fingers are underneath the ball. It's hit the fingers and then popped up. Themselves to a position 120 with 5 to go, so 7 balls, maybe try and get 14 to 18.
Yeah, with Pollard and Romario Shepherd to come, they've got a great base to launch here.
Push for 2, take it very comfortably. So 8 from the over. 6 to go, 106 for 3. Love something around that 11, maybe even 12 and over, which is certainly possible. Holding Adil Rashid's last over back at the moment. Secunda Raza. Oh, to get it there. Watch the spin. Watch the spin.
Yes, certainly possible that 11, 12 and over, I reckon, with that power to come. They have got a platform, but there's a feeling, I'm not sure what you think, I shall keep going with the reverse hit here. I feel that they're just playing a little under their capabilities here. Interesting.
Shite the bowlers in. I think Shakib's dive was all right. And it was circumspect at the start, because when Corin Pollard was talking to himself at the toss, he said being 3 down the power play is not an option for us. We can't continue to do that. So they're back in the power at the back end, but the Warriors are counteracting that with spin through the middle, and where you actually have to make your own power and make your own shots. Very different spinners as well in Secunda Rashid and Deekshana.
Pushing for 2. And gets there easily. Yeah, these spinners have really held them back, haven't they? Pooh ran 5 of 12 balls. That shows how well they've bowled, and perhaps the pitch is a little slower, perhaps a little trickier than I'm thinking it is.
Yeah, we don't see Puran struggle too often in T20 games, but Adil Rashid's got a great record against them, along with Raza. Just tying him up, not giving him any room. Bottom edge of the bat. Can't find it with the wrong end slider, the downfall. Great the protection at mid-on.
Well, sometimes, even for a great player, bowlers can bowl well at you. And just looking at that little package of him facing the spin, there was nothing much there to hit. There was some good disguise. Raza hit his length perfectly and turned it away from the bat a little. Rashid was as canny as we know he can be. Oh, yes, Banton. Advanced down the track. Big 6 with a win. Easy hit from Tom Banton. And he picked the googly, or the offie. 119 for 3 and a strategic timeout.
5 overs to go here in Sharjah, 119 for 3. Nice view there of our DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam, cutting edge technology on the ground that allows us to deliver unique perspectives, much like DP World. We're using the latest tech to keep trade moving worldwide. Plenty of bowling options, and Tim Southey's back after 1 over for 12. 5 to go, and time to go for my Emirates. Just short of Pretorius out in the deep.
This is how Banton finished the last over against Sikandar Raza. He picked the offie, used his feet, got some momentum in the body, and launched it with the wind. Good over. Went for 13 in the end with that hit.
Pulled hard for 4. Charge maybe just starting a little bit now. Banton leading it.
This was one of Saudi's slower off-cutters. Easily seen by Banton. Big gap at square leg. They've tightened that up a bit. They brought backward square leg a little squarer. Quite right on a slow wicket like this.
Push for 2. Good running. No. Decide against it. We saw that 6 in the last ball of the previous over. Tom Banton is one of 3 players who averages in excess of 50, also with a strike rate of 150 plus against spin in the DP World ILT20. So him along with Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Kyron Pollard, the only 3 players who average in excess of 50 and strike over 150 across their tournament numbers. The breeze you talked about, Andy, he was hitting with. Trying to find his timing a little bit. That one lovely shot off Adil Rashid. Apart from that, he struggled a little bit, Shakib, with his time.
Saudi himself struggled with his timing there when he was fielding that. Nice slower ball. Hit him for pace. He had to get in there to stop the 2. Ended up scrabbling all over the place. But yeah, Banton is a top player of spin, isn't he? He's got a great reverse sweep that he can hit in various areas of the ground on what would be his offside as a right-hander. He hasn't employed that at all today. Played very conventionally.
Tim Southey's got the option of an over from Teague-Shana and an over from Rashid in the last 4 now. He wants. Wasim has bowled 2 tidy overs. Pretorius is renowned as a back end of the innings bowler. He's got plenty of options, having used 7 bowlers. 1 overs, 2 wickets, economy rate of 6.9 for spin. 110 from the over, so with 4 to go, 129 for 3.
And Kylan Pollard's now out there. And let me just tell you why, because he's been called in. Retired out, Shakib, for 16 off 12. They obviously wanted the big fella in the middle to try and boost this score as much as they possibly can. Because they're behind the 8 ball at the moment. There's 4 overs to go, 129. There's Kyran's numbers, 14,287 runs. Average score season 3, and so far here in Sharjah batting first is 173. Average score, that is. Got to go some way to get to that from 129. Anson on 30. Rashid into the attack. A bit of work to be done. It's bowled beautifully, Rashid. Hello, Gov.
He indeed has. But this was a really good shot from Banton because his initial reaction was to try and dance down the track. Ball was given a bit of loop air, but he then just rocked back on the back foot and played it.
Now he goes downtown. He smacked that one. He's got to the pitch of that. And he's gone. Underneath. Tom Collar-Cabmore's taken that quite comfortably. So that's now, as for the scoreboard, 2 wickets in this over with the retired outs before the first ball.
No, this is excellent stuff from Adil Rashid. Again, having seen that he wanted to step out on that first delivery, gave it a little bit of air. Once again, slightly slower, held it back, and he picked up a wicket, an important wicket. Tom Banton goes for 32, it's 131 for 5.
Rashid's been brilliant, 3 for 18. He's 2 balls in his last over. To Ginger Dillon now. Strike rate of 143, just over the 500 runs, and his 31 innings up until now. No Romaro Shepherd, which is perhaps a little bit of a surprise. But Rashid's been outstanding.
Yeah, big surprise.
Ask them to stop playing, checking something.
And just a little hold up and play at the moment. The umpires having a chat.
Checking to see goes in 11.
Big KP having a word with the umpires.
I wonder if Tadinja's perhaps not on the list, initial list. Just having a bit of a discussion there. That's the hold-up we understand. Apparently not in the initial playing 11, as per the umpires' discussions. Ah, now we've solved it. We do have the right player, but we have the wrong number shirt. What numbers he got on? According to the team sheet, he should be wearing number 64. Oh, there we go. That's not even close. Right, so hopefully that's solved all that and we can get back to finishing this innings. Another look at the dismissal.
Yeah, it's lack of pace in that delivery which is done Tom Banton in. Yeah, hit the bottom of the bat.
Got him out at the right time. 32 he was. Oh, a bit of flight there. Toss that one up. And that has been smacked for 6 runs. Straight away, he's arrived.
He's not only tossed it up, it's right in the slot. Didn't have to dance down the track, and I think he's got his length wrong here. Adil Rashid normally so good when he just gives it a little bit of air, just drops a lot shorter.
I think that expression told a bit of a story. That's in the air as well. Oh, slight little misfield. Sikandar Raza out there, doubling up, coming back for the second. So we've got 10 runs now off 4 deliveries on over number 17. A bit of spin on that one by the looks of things, and a fingertip as well. And a stumble. 2 balls left in this over. Not too far away from the diving straight mid-wicket.
I just think KP wanted the strike. I'm not sure if he miscalculated over there because he could have taken a single and then taken a single of the next delivery. Well, I think it's basically now he's just gone and told Tajinder, this is a free hit, bro. You've got to try and hit a 6 over here.
And he's hit that superbly for 6. That is a fine shot indeed. He's just arrived and he's belted it. 16 runs off the over, 17 done, 145 for 5. Two satellite dishes on that tallest building of that graph. One was the retired out of Shakib. Wonderful shot, last ball. Total control. Certainly has messed up the numbers for Rashid. It was brilliant up until the last few balls of this over. Going for 32 off his 4. 3 for 32 he ended up with. 3 overs remaining. Tixana into the attack again. Always very precise about his field placings, whether he's bowling the very first over or one right at the end, which he's doing now, which is going to need as much cover as he possibly can have. There's a man that's pretty much a straight hit, actually, with Pollard on strike. It's cracked away. Extra cover, 4 runs. To where a standard field would have been.
Just brute power that. Tixana's gone flatter, quicker. And he's dropped the shot and Pollard just hammered it through the offside.
Now there's an extra cover. Sikandar Raza has just gone into the ring. That's gone downtown and it's going to be out. It is out. There he was. The man that was at a straight hit. Tim Southey takes that catch comfortably. So Pollard now departs.
Yeah, excellent field placement. And you've got to have a look at Tixana's celebration. He thought about an elaborate celebration and then curtailed it. Now he's gone straight as an arrow over the bowler's head. Tim Southey takes a comfortable catch. Kieron Pollard goes for 4. It's 149 for 6.
Now Romario Shepherd arrives. That strike rate of 156. Texan is only 2 balls into this over. It's been a bit of a messy performance actually by Emirates so far. No one's really got going at all. Wasim, I suppose, was threatening, so was Bairstow.
Well, they obviously had a plan when Karen Pollard came out. Thought about it and then curtailed it. And I would have thought if he's pulling out an arrow from the quiver when Karen Pollard hit that straight as an arrow, it was a fitting celebration.
Yeah, ideal. Exactly, ideal. The other thing is Karen had his back to him as well, so I would have gone for it. It's a really good over this. 6 runs so far. Big wicket of Pollard, over number 18. DK is as busy as ever behind those stumps. Southey still at that straight hit with Shepherd on strike. He's so strong, Shepherd. He's just pumped that one away for 6 runs.
Yeah, just picked up the length really early there, did Romario Shepherd. Have a look, no real foot movement there, just the transfer of weight as he plays that shot. All power. Yeah, they needed this. They've lost a wicket in this over, but they've got 12 off it. If they can get a boundary here, it's an excellent over.
Oh, it's short again, and that's gone even bigger, that one, I think. Yep, it sure has. That's 6 more, so 2 6 at the end makes a bit of a difference. 18 runs off the over number 18 as well. 163 for 6. Let's look at the white belts points table, which is for the best bowler. There's a few criteria. Maidens, of course, picking up 3 wickets, 5 wickets as well. Mazai's on top with 88. Major Kumar, he has been brilliant so far. He's on 84. Adil Rashid has climbed up there to 82. Noor Ahmed, 59. So the spinners having a bit of fun. Salim Keel on 48 also.
Do you know what the best thing about that belt is, Hazy? Can't miss a loop.
You cannot miss a boat loop. You're 100% correct. Southey smacked into the covers. Little knock on. Should be able to come back for the second. And a scramble back.
Yeah, this was the second 6 of the previous over. Again, just such a quality player to have coming in lower at the back end of the innings.
Wide and full, shutting down that leg side, which is slightly short of boundary by a couple of metres, that's all, but Southey's very keen to make sure it doesn't end up on the road.
A massive shot there. Disappointed with his length over there, Tikshana.
Shorter. Should be taken by DK. It is, quite comfortably. So another wicket goes down at exactly the right time as far as Sharjah Warriorz are concerned. Not allowing this team to get away, actually. They're keeping checks on them all the way through.
Yeah, well bowled. Just shorter, slower. when he gets a wicket. And the good thing is, as Tajin Dillon has been a really good innings of 17, goes back 165 for 7.
Kazumfa now in the middle. Oh, and it's a dot ball. Good work from Southey. He's a young spinner, very good spinner. First played, I'm pretty sure, when he was 16 years of age, actually. Kazumfa at this venue against Ireland, it was.
Yeah, tell you what. Pretty sure Shepherd's not going to try and take a run of the next ball now. Going to try and do what Karen Pollard did that in that over. We refused the run and said, listen, 2 free hits. Can you get a boundary? 1 boundary out of the next 2 deliveries.
Chance to keep this over nice and quiet, though, for Southey and the boys. That's nicely struck. It's just going to be 1, I think. Yep, only the single. Another game coming up in Dubai, actually. Kicking off in about 3 hours from now. Really important match again. They're all coming thick and fast now. It's the Knight Riders who need to make sure they get back into the winning ways. They went down in a game here, actually, the last time they were out there, up against the Golf Giants. Big match. Power play has been playing a very important role at that venue as well. So, as we saw in this one, my Emirates were looking after the power play early today. Expect to see something a little bit similar later on in Dubai. Southey again, last ball. Shepherd just easy on the onside to retain the strike. Very good over from Southey. A wicket and only 4 for over number 19, 167 for 7. Looks like it's going to be pretty much a par score for my Emirates after being asked to bat by Tim Southey at the toss. Teams predominantly have won at this venue batting last. Happened 8 out of 8 in season 3. First game in season 4 was the other way around. The team batting first one because of that 233 that was smashed by Abu Dhabi Knight Riders. Siddiqui to start the last over. Oh, that's a bit of a freebie. Full toss around the thigh pad, and he's got it away easily for 4.
Yeah, a bit of a gift. And Romario Shepherd's too good to miss out on that. Full toss. Middle and leg. Just the start that my Emirates would have wanted to this final over.
They can get a really big over here. They could well actually take it away from the Sharjah Warriorz, but it's got to be a big one. Somewhere around the 180 mark, I think it still might be a game on. If they get past that, it might be a different story. It's nicely bowled by Siddiqui, nice and low, not taking anything at all there. Romario Shepherd, he says, I'm going to take all these deliveries and see if I can belt them as far as I possibly can. Look at the field placings at the moment. Three men on the leg side for Shepherd, as you'd expect. Oh, you've got to dig that one out. That's nicely done. You can't do too much with that. He's looking to get underneath the ball, Romaro Shepherd. I bet he's batting deep in the crease as well, which is what he likes to do at this sort of situation.
Yeah, I just think because it's such a small ground, and like you said, batting deep in the crease, for Romaro Shepherd to try and take two means he's going to put himself in danger, because fielders have such strong arms now that they're not shy to take on the longer end with their throw.
Just tried to hit that too hard. He's actually lost his shape and just going to get one only. So that's worked out very well for the Warriors.
Now, this is what I don't understand. If you aren't going to take a single of the second delivery, why would you take a single now? Well, then you've got to have the courage of your conviction to say, no, doesn't matter. I'm going to play all 6 deliveries without taking a single. Or then you say take a single of the first.
Do some commentary with AB de Villiers, and it was a very similar situation like this, and someone was refusing taking ones because he wanted to hit the big sixes, and AB de Villiers is just saying that's just totally wrong. You've got to remember you can get twos. Just push on the gaps and pick twos. DK misses, stumps are disturbed to the bowler's end, up goes that finger as well, so it's all happened pretty quickly. It's a wide as well, so he's run out of the bowler's end from a wide. Wonder how often that's happened.
Yeah, just everything happening out there. In the midst of it all, Romaro Shepherd could have steamrolled his partner. Nearly had a collision. Ghassan first goes for 1. It's 173 for 8.
Ten balls off the last 10 runs, that's all. That's wide and it's full and it's been sliced away. Went very quickly indeed and flat for 6.
Just power, just brute power there from Romaro Shepherd. I've got to say this has been an outstanding innings. Strike rate of nearly 280. Right, 1 delivery remaining in this innings. Can he finish it off with a 6?
Elaborate a little bit further on that comment from AB de Villiers when the batsman wasn't running and he was just wanting to get 6s. So AB was saying, no, he's got to run 2s. That'll get the bowlers thinking again back into their own line and length to try and stop the 2s, and then you get an opportunity to pump a couple out the ground, which I think made a lot of sense. Sometimes these guys think on a different level. Here we go, last ball of the innings, 179 on the board. Siddiqui. Got underneath that and he's belted that nicely for 6 runs to finish. That is done in style, and Stowe is the catch as well. Pretty tidy stuff with the grab. 6 runs to finish the innings. They go past that 180 I was talking about by a bet. 185 for 8 is where they end up, and I think that's a pretty good total. They'll be pretty pleased with that, I would imagine. My Emirates. Couple of 6s off the last 2 balls.
Yeah, just the way they would have wanted to finish this innings. 2 6s, lots of momentum. Again, in the slot. Romario Shepherd's just put that into the stands with the minimum of fuss. It's one of those totals at the moment, I've got to say, Hazy, that both teams will be thinking, yeah, we're in it, we're in with a shout.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there's a spin, of course, that's going to be involved in the second innings as well, and that's going to be key, as it was now with Rashid bowling so well until his last over when he got pumped. But it is going to be an interesting game, this one. 185 is gettable, that's for sure. So Romario Shepherd did a very good job. Strike rate of 310. This is the last ball he faced. Was well caught in the crowd as well. Comfortable catch taken by a gentleman down there. Let's have a look. There we go, good stuff. Well taken, sir. Celebration, there we go, nice one. And Shepherd, 31 off just 10 balls, also asked the question why it didn't come a little bit earlier. Asked that question a couple of times already in this edition of the DP World ILT20. There's a look at the card. Wasim 39, Bairstow 37. They played pretty well at the top without unleashing too much. Bairstow played a couple of nice shots. Banton another 30, so all 30s for them. That's all, along with Shepherd with his 31. But 185 for 8 has gone past the average score batting first in this venue by 12 runs.
Yeah, and if you have a look at the bowling, Adil Rashid, clearly the pick of the bowlers with 3 for 32. Got a bit of tap in that final over. A wicket apiece for Tikshana, Southee and Siddiqui. Well, let's go down to Laura.
Johnny Bairstow, 37 with the bat for you. A nice start. How did it feel out there?
Yeah, nice start. The wicket's obviously very different to what we had in Dubai the other evening. So just trying to adapt really, and then yeah, the bounce is pretty different with a few experienced campaigners out there trying to utilise their skills.
Talk us through your innings, what you liked about it, any areas of improvement?
Yeah, areas of improvement, probably hold my shape a little bit more. I was probably trying to hit the ball slightly too hard. And then when I did hold my shape, it went really well. So, look, we've got a decent score on the board here. What a fantastic finish that was by Sheppy, and hopefully our boys can go and exploit the conditions. Yeah,
well, you've pinched my last question. I was going to ask about that, Romario Shepherd. I mean, when you're watching him in the nets, what's he like?
He's a big
Just
bloke.
like that?
Yeah, he's a big bloke that hits it a long way, so there's not much margin for error, and when he gets on a roll like that, it obviously goes over the boundary. So any explosion right at the end is exactly what we needed then, and 30 odd off 9 balls is a pretty handy knock. Yeah,
not bad at all. What advice or what have you talked about with the bowlers about the conditions out there as you go and try and defend this?
Not much as yet. I've literally just got my pads on to go out, but it's about holding length, trying to keep the stumps in play as long as possible. The length here you can be slightly shorter because of the trajectory of the bounce after it hits the pitch, so just making sure you're not too full and going into people's arcs. So that'll be what we're trying to exploit. Hopefully it swings like it did for them up the top, and we'll take it from there. Well
done today and good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
It's a welcome addition to the ILT20. Nice to have him on board in this event. Sharjah Warriorz, that's all they've got. That's their target. It's 186. They will need a good start, of course, but that is definitely a target that is gettable. A chase coming up soon.
Afternoon contest here in Sharjah. It's my Emirates who were sent into bat by Tim Southey and the Sharjah Warriors. A lot of middling scores, 39, 37, 32. The chief contributors with 31 from Shepherd. The back end getting my Emirates to 185 for 8. Ahmed Wasim and Johnny Bairstow up top, put together a partnership of 56. Get things going quite circumspect for the most part of the early stages of the power play. And then Johnny Bairstow started to find his range a little bit. The moments where catches could have been taken. Not to be. Ahmed Wasim got into his work later in the piece. A 56-run opening stand. The Raza had been very busy in the field prior to that. A little misfield there, and Siddiqui with the first wicket picked up Johnny Bairstow. Joined by Nicholas Puran at number 3. Chopped and changed a little bit around this side in the batting order. Early stages of the tournament. Wasim dismissed for 39 of 29 deliveries. Adil Rashid was in the midst of a very good spell here. Tom Banton and Shakib at the crease. Thinking all the way through the innings, Andy Flower is alongside that 190 to 200 was probably something they were looking for, but just stuttered and stammered a little bit as wickets fell through the middle, Andy.
Yeah, it wasn't the most fluid innings, was it? I thought they played within themselves a bit. And I think some of that was driven by the skipper, Pollard, not being happy that they were 3 down in power play at Dubai Stadium a couple of nights ago. So they were a little circumspect up front. Romario Shepherd certainly wasn't. He got a couple of brilliant hits in. And his 31 off 10 balls was absolutely vital. Tajinder Singh actually played a nice little hand with 17 off 8. And then it was finished as powerfully as ever by Romario Shepherd, making sure that he got back on strike. And he clattered. Brilliant inside out over backward 0.6. And then went straight back over the bowler's head into the wind to finish it off in emphatic style. And they've got a reasonable total on the board, I'd say.
Plenty of bowling options used. 4 overs for Dikshana. It's a little expensive for his liking. Like the fact that Tim Southey took the initiative at the back end and said, I'll bowl one of the tough overs, the 19th. 1 for 26 for him. Adil Rashid, the standout, 3 for 32. Has collared a little bit in his last over, but bowled beautifully throughout his 4 overs. Nice scenes here in Sharjah this afternoon. First of our double headers for Sunday, the first double headers of the DP World ILT20 for season 4. 186 required by the Warriors. It favours the side batting second. Afternoon games, runs on the board, spin bowling options, 2 genuine, 1 it's a part-timer. I think it's a little bit harsh, but another reasonable spin bowling option for my Emirates. Fazal Haq Faruqi, the man on screen you just saw, will be coming in as their super sub. It'll be about trying to put some pressure on that top order of the Sharjah Warriors. Some high quality players in that lineup, likes of Tom Kohler-Cadmore at the top. Johnson Charles will come in as their super sub. Kamdaraza, Tim David. Dinesh Kartik, Dwayne Pretorius, who can finish things off well. Power play be quite crucial with that man there. Terrific player, TKC.
Well, the opening partnership between Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Johnson Charles is going to be vitally important in this chase. They are the most successful partnership in the last couple of ILT tournaments. So they like batting together. They're effective. They're quite different players. Kola Cadmore quite strong down the ground. And certainly both of them very strong against spin. And Johnson Charles hits a little squarer in power play against the quicks. Slaps it through the offside. And anything that he can get under on the leg side, he gives it an almighty wallop. So that's going to be a crucial aspect here. If he can get, if that pairing can give them a good start in power play and allow Tim David to dominate in the middle, which we know he can do, and Sikandar Raza and Dinesh Karthik, both excellent finishers, they need to be given a smallish chase rather than getting in too early. But if they see that finish line in sight, they're both brilliant at finishing off innings. A fascinating little tussle ahead of us. Looking forward to watching the two spinners too. Ghazanfar and Shakib Al Hassan, they're going to be key for my Emirates.
Sohail and Ahmed Bakhtin have made their way out to the middle, far away from the start in the run chase. Two impact substitutes will have a save very early on. Fazal Faruqi, Johnson Charles. JC, he developed his game a lot against spin in the last couple of years. He's brought that switch hit into play. Doesn't always have success with it, but he figured that just didn't have enough options against spin, so even at the ripe age of 38 he needed to change something, to try something different, and he really worked hard on it 2 CPLs ago. It's brought him some success.
Yeah, Jono's reverse sweep is working sensationally. He hits it a long way, he commits fully. I think he changes his hands round as well and hits it like a proper left-hander. Changes his hands around, switches his feet around, and this is confirmation of the super sub. Nicholas Pooran, who kept wicket in the first My Emirates game, he's sitting out, and Johnny Bairstow's taken the gloves. And Fazal Haq Faruqi, the left-arm swing bowler from Afghanistan, is in. Another Afghanistan bowler, Ala Ghazanfar. He is going to be opening the bowling for my Emirates. Johnson Charles. What a record he's got. Over 8,000 runs in T20 cricket. And this is Ala Ghazanfar. Mystery bowler. Good average. Outstanding economy. Had a great start to his career. I'm quite looking forward to seeing him operate here.
Seeing it the same way as the Warriors saw it, aren't they? They started off with Deekshana. Similar type of bowler. Quality mystery spinners that can use the brand new ball. Sought after operators. A bit of swing. So the two boundary riders which have to be in play in the power play. One at deep mid wicket, one at long on. I imagine it'll remain the same for Johnson Charles.
Well, they've done so well together, haven't they? Charles and Tom Kola Cadmore. Both got tons of power and both lots of franchise experience. A long on and a mid-wicket in place for Ghazanfar.
Oh, just a little inside edge, I think, which saved him. Misfield as well. Is that Faruqi? Need that.
Sloppy work from Faruqi. A tight single in the first place. A little bit of in-swing and an inside edge. It was a tight single. Run out chance perhaps. They ended up with a 2.
Just drifting down. May have been a hint of 2 noises, but I don't think it was hitting leg anyway. Oh, pace off, a little carom ball, that one. Brilliant start for Gazunfa. 3 without loss. David Secundaraza, Ganesh Karthik, Dwayne Pretorius. The key men to come. Shubham Ranjane rated to come in at number 7. Errors Faruqi. A bit of shake and pinch 1.
Oh yeah, nice swing for Faruqi first up, and he landed it beautifully. Threatening the stumps, not much height, so the ball stay low from him. He should be continually threatening those stumps, whichever way the ball swings. He's got lots of experience at this ground, with all the cricket that Afghanistan have played here, and he's played quite a lot of franchise cricket here too. So he knows this wicket well. A little more grass on this pitch than there used to be a few years ago. Trying to make it better for batting, and I think they're succeeding.
Oh, is that a little edge? It might be off the thigh pad. Might be off the thigh pad, I think. To me, like it was just past the bat. Johnny Bairstow's indicating thigh pad.
It looks like Pollard's listened to Bairstow and not Faruqi. In swinger again.
And he didn't say thigh pad either. And he said, I think it was off his bottom. One is as well, and it'll go away for 4-leg buys. Line just a little bit tight.
In swing again. Is he wearing a thigh pad? I don't think he is, you know. I think that's off thigh.
It's a decent sized thigh though, to be fair. Carves away this time, behind point for 4. A little bit too much width offside. Oh, big ticket for number 127. Play big, dream bigger. Big ticket.
Well, Pollard, the captain, will not be happy with that. 1 down the leg side. Soft thigh. Dribbled away for 4, and then wide of off. Cut away by Charles. That's where he likes it. He likes slashing at anything with any width at all. That's not so much a slash as an attempted bludgeon over mid-on. That's the slash. And that's the skipper.
Change again. So long on has gone back after that attempted swipe over long on from Johnson Charles. Deep backward point up inside the circle again. Shovels at leg side for 1. 11 from the over, 10 from the over, 13 without loss. .185 for 8 was what my Emirates could muster. Need some wickets early. They need to put some pressure on the Sharjah outfit. Get up and running with these two powerful players at the crease. Chase this down in good time. Naveen ul Haq. All Afghanistan affair so far with the ball. Zanfa Faruqi. And now Naveen. Way down over third for 4. A little bit of width again, and Charles just throws the bat at it.
Width to Johnson Charles does not work. There's an attempted in-swinger, I think, from Naveen, but it didn't go enough. It's an interesting change, actually, that my Emirates have made. Chris Woakes missing out and Naveen taking his place today. I think it's due to conditions that they've made that change.
Swipes that one away through mid-wicket for 4 more back-to-back boundaries for Charles.
This is a tough introduction back into top-class cricket for Naveen ul Haq, bowling at 2 very powerful openers with a lot of success under their belts and on a pretty good pitch. He hasn't played for a while. He's had quite a serious injury. He's had shoulder problems and knee problems. And this is a very tough ask. We'll see how he can come back from those 2 boundaries.
Pace off. Leg cutter perhaps.
Back-to-back boundaries here. Width on the first ball, and there wasn't a hell of a lot wrong with that. This is T20 cricket. Good players on a good pitch. It's unforgiving for these bowlers.
Slower, it's gone high. Banton takes the catch. Shimmied round from long on. Pace off. Good work from Naveen. A nice comeback.
Well, great piece of cricket from Naveen ul Haq. Experienced at this ground himself. And he's taken pace off that 102 kilometers an hour. And Banton's big hands were more than enough at that long on boundary. Johnson Charles, his fire burnt briefly, 15 of 13. The Warriors in their chase are 21 for 1.
Shubham Ranjane, USA international, at number 3. That's good from Naveen. On the money. One ex-bat power play is on. What they say, just power play on, win the game. Lovely bit of deception from Naveen. Slower ball, good catch from Banton, was always pretty comfortable under it. Deceived Johnson Charles nicely. Place off again, so after 2 boundaries off the first 2, 3 dots and a wicket, which is a dot actually, 21 for 1. Gone 21 for 1. Gazanfa again. Same field as the first over, with a deep long on and a deep mid wicket in play. Oliver Cadmore's only seen 3 the first 18 deliveries, and he gets that one away over extra cover for 4. Shimmies inside out.
That's impressive. Sort of length that he'll be trying to bowl, maybe a bit too full actually. He's certainly angling in towards those stumps. He's got to drag it back a little.
Two, I don't think it's on. Yeah, toe into the bat, and even with JC's power, he couldn't get anywhere near over the boundary. Banton with a comfortable catch. Wickets in the power play, the 1 ex-bat power play, key.
That wicket by Naveen, I loved watching that little piece of play. Under pressure, first game back after a long time out, 2 boundaries, 2 powerful players at the crease. And he had to really hold his nerve for the rest of that over. He did it brilliantly. And he used his probably number 1 strength, his slower ball, to get Charles in the end. Great piece of cricket.
Tajinder with a little fumble there. I thought a run out might have been an option. A little bit of width on that one, Andy, wasn't there? And then the next one, dragged leg side. I'm sure he saw that one out of the hand, but he's got that slower ball that he just drops the fingers straight down the back of the ball and it floats out. A terrific delivery.
Oh, nudged off his hip for at least 2. Zahur doing a good job getting it back in. Yeah, it was a great piece of deception by Naveen, wasn't it? And actually, even when you watch it on replay, it's not easy to see the slower ball. It's a great piece of bowling. And takes courage. The wind's still blowing this way. Johnson Charles would have been hitting with the wind. Really courageous piece of bowling.
Little mix up there again, but all is well. 8 from the over, 29 for 1.
It was a slower ball that got Johnson Charles. Straight down the ground, slight misfield, all the way to the boundary.
Wasn't much room there to get that through for 4 in the end. It was a pretty tight delivery. Don't think it deserved to go for 4. There's a couple of desperate dives around the place. Slants that ball back in. It's certainly not one you can really drive with any great confidence. As one missed, the bowler missed, and then desperate dive, went all the way for a boundary.
The last 3 overs have seen a boundary every first ball. It's a good start. Feet down the ground. What do you think of the Sharjah Warriors start so far?
So it's pretty much locked away at the moment. The Warriors are 1 down, of course, but there's nothing in it for the run stakes. The Emirates were 33, so 33 versus 34. So I think they've seemed to be a little bit more positive to me, actually, at the start. So I quite like that. And Colin Cadmore is a fine player. So he'll be someone who's looking to set his stall out a bit. There's the coach looking onward. So I've liked the way they've gone about it up until now. Going at a shade under 8 to the over. Big game for them. They've got to make sure they get up here.
Just tucks that away for the single there. Tom Kohler-Cadmore lost his partner Johnson Charles. We've seen them be so prolific in the DP World ILT20 in past seasons. What makes them so good together?
2 very different players. I mean, Johnson Charles is someone who likes to give the ball a serious whack, and particularly on the leg side. He's always favoured that side for the moment. I've seen him pick up a bat, actually. Colin Cadmore's a bit more circumspect, if you like. He's a bit more correct as a player. But he's a very fine player at the same time. So I think they dovetail and feed off each other nicely. Clearly a good understanding between them when they're out in the middle. That's very important to make sure they can get through those 1s and 2s if it doesn't happen to be smashed over the boundary line. Charles likes to do.
Out. I don't want it. I don't know how really best to describe what happened there. Things are going along just nicely.
Clever bowling, that's what it is from Naveen. He's been mixing up his pace well, mixing up his lengths a little bit. His Afghanistan teammate took the catch quite comfortably, but really good work from Naveen. He's in the lineup today, so he's been unleashed and ideally positioned from a line point of view. Hard to control from outside there, but really well done from Naveen. A bit of a work up to get that wicket, so Ranjan is on his way for half a dozen. 35 for 2.
Well, if you just joined us at Sharjah Cricket Stadium, don't go anywhere as Tim David strides to the crease. Sharjah Warriors 35 for 2 now. He started off well here the other night. Can he continue it here today?
He is so key in this chase, he really is. He would know Naveen pretty well. They would have played each other before.
Oopsie daisy. Goodness me.
What a magnificent delivery that was. Had to jam down at the last minute. Another look at the dismissal, the short ball. The line was perfect, hard to control. Just trying to scoop it around the corner rather than have a go at it. And Faruqi was the man that took the catch. Just a little bit of a discussion with someone about that. But that first delivery ball to Tim David was absolutely outstanding. That would have done a lot of players. Got his tail up, that's for sure.
He's off the mark. The end of the over, 36 for 2. The man at the crease now for the Sharjah Warriors sits on the green belt points table. Great performance here the other night. Not enough to get his team over the line, though. He's only with the Sharjah Warriors for just the 3 games. Great to start off with an impact. Be better to win it for them today.
That's right. The little fella's on the top there, Nasanka. He played brilliantly. He's been the player of the match for the last 2 games in Dubai. He has been superb. Been great to watch him play. What about this first delivery that he received, Tim David, from Naveen? Goodness me, and he just jammed down on that at the last minute. Brilliantly bowled. Going to make sure his weapon's not damaged.
Faruqi now, his second over. He's the leading wicket taker in ILT20. He's had a couple of really good seasons. What is it about his bowling that suits these conditions?
He's just so good with a new ball, a newish ball. He can swing the ball both ways and swing it late, and he swings at some distance, so he's quite a handful.
Maybe not that one. Tim David. His first boundary.
It wasn't timed, it was muscled, that one. Like a pretty determined shot. Wanted to get everything behind that to make sure somehow it went to the boundary. He normally hits the ball a bit cleaner than that. He was quite high on the bat. So it had to be quite a lot of force to get it out there, but a boundary is all that matters really at this stage. Good stuff from David. Nice little head-to-head this. A really important head-to-head between these 2 guys. A couple of fine players on show.
Up and over. Good enough to run away to the boundary. It does. 4 more.
Now this is a shot that's worth having a couple of looks at, I think. Got a track which hasn't been bouncing too much, so you really can't trust the bounce enormously. It's been dug in by Faruqi. And David hits it on the top of its bounce. So it's just above stump high, and he's done that to it. I mean, that takes some serious ability. It's a really good shot. Again, a strength that time, but that's a terrific shot. Nicely played by Tim David. A couple of 4s in 2 balls. That certainly deflates a bowler a bit and gets a captain a little bit concerned.
Now, if I've ever seen him look concerned.
That's true.
The coolest looking captain I've ever seen. Gone again. Over the captain's head. Another boundary. And David on a bit of a roll here.
Yeah, this is special as well. So the shot before was superb. I think this might be even better. Really is a very good shot. Again, it's nowhere near a shot that, or a ball you should say, that you can rock on that front foot and look to drive. He just basically lunges forward a little bit. Again, he hits it on the height of the bounce for 4 runs.
Bowled him. He responds with taking his wicket, and I guess that's the only way you really want to do it.
What a comeback. What an unbelievable comeback from Faruqi. So 3 fours. The first one was muscled. Second one was a brilliant shot. Third one was probably the better of them all. And then he comes back with this. It's a little cutter. He gets through the shot early, does Tim David, and Faruqi starts that big celebration. That's why he's so good, Faruqi. He never gives up either, and he's got a big stick here with Tim David on his way. Unlucky for some for 13. 48 for 3.
Warriors 3 now. 3 back in the sheds. Sharjah Warriorz comes to the crease, joins Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Hasn't actually faced a lot of strike. And a lot happening at the other end though. Starting with this, Tim David was on a roll for a bit. 3 fours. We're back live now. So 3 boundaries and a wicket. I hope you didn't go to the bathroom during that over actually, because you missed quite a lot. 48 for 3. The most wickets in the DP World ILT20, Fazal Haq Faruqi. He got the most important one possibly today. Tim David, after back-to-back-to-back boundaries. And that 5 times fast. The new bowler now.
Well, there's a lot of responsibility on Kohler-Cadmore in this situation, losing 3 wickets inside the 1x bat power play. Zahu Khan into the lineup today. Rahid was the man that was left out for him, so he's got a real job to do. His numbers are pretty tidy, very experienced. These 3 in the power play, it's generally a bit of a struggle to get up and win games, so they've got some serious work to do. The Warriors yet again.
Single there. Let's go back and have another look at this, because a lot happened very quickly. Boundary, and you thought that they got better every shot he played.
Yeah, I thought this was the pick-up, and that was so clean, beautifully played down the ground, and then the wicket. I mean, it's just remarkable stuff. A little bit of a cutter, hold the fingers down the one side. You had to get that wicket. Tim David's only got 1 more innings to go, I think, in this event this season, unfortunately. Disappointing for the Warriors, and also Tim. They didn't really get going today.
Kohler-Cadmore down the ground there. What are they going to do for power when he leaves?
Be an opportunity for someone. Who's going to have to come to the fore. There's a terrific shot down the ground. Yeah, it leaves a massive hole. I mean, it's very difficult to replace him. Career strike rate is quite extraordinary.
Just waited on that. Might go all the way to the boundary, almost. Wanted 2. Last thing we need now is a run out.
Another nice shot of the wicket from our DP World Smart Truck buggy cam.
Depends who you asks if it was a nice shot or not.
Busy player, Secunda. There we go, there's the DP World Smart Truck buggy cam, which gave us that shot that we just saw of Tim David being dismissed.
If you play your cards right, you might get a turn at driving it. Simon Doull did last season, did quite a good job, didn't crash it.
Did he? That surprised me. I've seen him drive before, Simon. Does surprise me.
So if there has been some criticism of Kohler Cadmore over the last couple of seasons, it's when he goes out in the game. He starts off very well. What has he got to do today to make sure he stays? How does he play this?
Well, he can be busy enough as he can be out there with Secunda Raza, because Secunda Raza will push him and get him running hard and turning the ones into twos and twos into ones. No, the ones into twos, yeah, I should say.
Ones to twos.
Threes into
twos
twos,
into threes.
fours, yeah, all that sort of stuff.
What do you even need? A single to end the over there. 55 for 3. $55 for 3 here at Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Sharjah Warriorz right, not being far off where my Emirates were. It's those, it's the wickets, and they'll be disappointed to have lost Tim David when they did. Kohler Cadmore on strike here. Hasn't seen much of the strike so far this innings.
No, he hasn't. Shakib will like the surface. He'll get a bit of turn out of it.
It's up and over. Great shot from top Kohler Cadmore.
That's a nice welcome to the crease straight away. Spatched over long on. Such a clean hit from Kohler Cadmore. DP World dispatch of the day. That might be one of the contenders.
Just the single there. How do you make sure you're always ready to go when at the other end seeing more action than yours as a batter?
Always got to be ready. Always got to be alert and mentally attuned all the time. Just got to make sure you're on the game at every moment, really. Any lapse of concentration can be spell disaster.
Single for Secunda. What do you think the messages between the two of them are right now?
I don't think there's a great deal of talking going on. I don't think they're very experienced. I don't think they need to sort of have too much of a discussion because they know each other pretty well and how they will play. We'll be looking to hit the ball nice and cleanly, where Secunda's more of a runner and looks to play square-ish on the leg side. That's where he likes to get most of his runs, Secunda, when he has to. One thing that the Warriors are going to have to take into consideration is that Emirates were scoring lots of runs right towards the end of their innings. That's what got them to that 185 mark. That was a nice little spurt, so they've got to make sure they got a little bit of power at the end. Still in the tank.
But you don't want to leave it too late.
You can't leave it too late. I mean, ideally you want to be ahead of them all along. You just got to make sure you pace themselves properly so you don't have to play catch up suddenly at the end. And that's going to be up to these two guys, I would suggest, to make sure that they have it under control. DK Kartik is coming in next. He's extremely experienced. Pretorius can give it a nudge as well. Tim Southey if needed, but
Hard Adil Rashid, we saw the other night, was
Yes.
able to hit a few out of the park.
Played nice, didn't he? Key partnership, this one.
Single to end the over. Let's have a timeout. There's a timeout. See, I told you, Hazy. What were you worried about?
.66 for 3, 8 gone. And in the balance, my Emirates at this stage was 65 for 1. The power that Romario Shepherd displayed towards the end. They were held back a little bit through the middle stages, courtesy of some good spin bowling. Wide rate, exactly 10 at the moment. Zahour with one tidy over. Pace off and cleaned up pretty comfortably by Pollard. No time for you to get winning. Alwad Dakal in Ampao contest. Which batter hit the most fours in the DP World ILT20 Season 3? Banton, Hope, Hales or Roy? And your answers in. T's and C's do apply, and plenty of great prizes to be won.
Well, most number of fours in the last season. In this game, my Emirates hit 11 sixes, and so far the Warriors have 1. That's a huge discrepancy there. Scores are very similar after 8 overs, but without Tim David, Johnson Charles, those are 2 big 6-hitters that aren't in, not available anymore. There's a strike, solid strike from Raza. Good use of his feet against the medium pacer Zahul. Slammed him back over his head. Oh, wow. A boundary off the last ball, and there's going to be more. The dreaded sound was heard by everyone in the stadium. And Zahul would have hated the sound of that, as would the skipper, Pollard. Big no ball. I need to come back well from that mistake.
He has had his issues around this part of the game. So freebie for Secunda Raza. Now launches it. Is that going to hit the netting, or is it going all the way? Just off the roof into the netting. So making the most of it, Secunda Raza.
Second six of the innings. An attempted slower ball from Zahul. Beautifully picked by Raza. Pollard makes the slow walk across to his bowler. Nicely picked. He waited for it, didn't he? It came through quite slowly. Well played by Raza. Skipper talking tactics with his bowler. They've actually pulled mid-wicket across, who was saving one on the leg side, pulled him across to a backward point, indicating perhaps that, in fact, they're moving him out to a deep backward point. So offering him the longer boundary on the offside. 5 men on the offside, 3 in the circle, 2 out. 1 in front of point, 1 backward of point.
Oh, it's poor. Poor delivery. Easy to just get enough bat on it and swivel it around the corner.
And the hands on the hips from the skipper standing in mid-off. They've put backward point out and he's dragged it down a long way down leg side. Raza's actually done well to catch up with it. And easy as that, he just lifted it over short fine leg. The reaction from the skipper. He has brought that backward point in. Square leg's gone out again.
Ballers for 2. Raza's quick, great throw, but Raza is very quick. Ball to go, 18 from the over. Lovely use of the feet with that one down the ground, then just free hit, punishes it deep mid-wicket. It's a really poor ball, and as Andy Flower said, he did well to catch up with it. It was that far down leg. From it, high quality from the Warriors, one they needed, 85 for 3. Top their head above water momentarily. The Warriors 85 for 3. My Emirates was 79 for 1. Stage, lost their second wicket at 83 and then another one at 84. Things started to slow down a touch for My Emirates, so a little period for the Warriors here will keep them well and truly intact. himself a good hard talking to. Zahor, as we bowlers are prone to do at times.
Well, my Emirates brought Zahur in instead of Rohid, the left-arm swing bowler, who's got a pretty good record in ILT. And they brought him in because of the different conditions at Sharjah. They thought Zahur's Yorkers and slower balls are going to be very effective here. Perhaps they will. That was a tough over for him. Ghazanfar on. And this should be a good contest between Ghazanfar and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Kohler-Cadmore has some outstanding figures against spin. We saw him hit Shakib over long on as soon as Shakib overpitched. So this little contest here between Ghazanfar and TKC will be fascinating.
This little partnership, 38 of 22, so it's a good start to it. Sikandar Raza with 24 off 13 has taken a little bit of that pressure off TKC. Too wide.
Well, listen to these figures, Dooley. Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the ILT over the years. He averages 32 against pace at a strike rate of 130. And against spin, averages 61 at a strike rate of 189.
Yeah, high quality that. His point of view, if he can allow Raza to be maybe the little more aggressive of the two here, to bat till that 16th, 17th over. If he's there anywhere near 16, 17, 18 overs, I think the Warriors are every chance of winning the game. But guys at the other end just playing these little cameos, and at the moment Sikandar's doing a terrific job from that point of view.
Yeah, I think Kohler-Cadmore's going to find it that Raza's a nice guy to bat with. He'll give him the strike. He's been starved of the strike so far. In almost 60 balls, he's only faced 18. So less than a third of the balls he's been able to face. So I think Raza's going to prove a good partner for him.
Oh, that's just an awful delivery. With 5 wides, really tough for Johnny Bairstow to even get anything near it from Ghazanfar.
Ghazanfar's bowled nicely so far. Had the tricky job of bowling in power play, and he's got that one wrong. Bairstow couldn't quite get there in time either.
Chance for the hit. Maybe no. Sikandar Raza got in the way, but not on purpose. He was just running straight back to the stumps.
Raza, I think you have to realise that when you're giving the strike to Kohler-Cadmore, that's going to be more useful than the other way around. Kohler-Cadmore does not look for quick singles. He's a boundary hitter.
Won't find it on that occasion, but still up above the run rate with 10 and over. 10 from that. 95 for 3 at the halfway stage. Little look at the silliest competition in the DP World ILT20. those who take it seriously sit at the top. Wasim Akram, last year's winner, defending champion. He was so in love with the biscuits and the t-shirt and everything that he won. He wants to go again. A little bit of pace and bounce from big Romario Shepherd.
Yeah. Well, I've backed my Emirates today, so I need Sheppy to bowl well. Yeah, we've all backed my Emirates today. It's a bit of bounce from Sheppy. Not surprising. There's a bit of power behind that ball, that's for sure.
Real shoulder bowler. Hits the bat harder than you think. Early to mid 130s and the icing on the cake in the innings. Back-to-back sixes on 2 occasions. 2 off Tikshana. 2 in the last over as well. That one was just brute force and just picked up. A little fade down the centre right of the fairway.
I love that shot of his actually over backward point. And one of the reasons I like it is he's put in so much work on his offside hitting. Because of his leg side power, a lot of the bowlers these days are aiming at that wide line to him. So he's had to, out of necessity, put in all that batting work on his offside prowess. Opened the blade beautifully there with great control.
Started well with the ball. I think it's your job too, Andy Flower, today to find the DP World dispatch of the day, the best 6 of the day in your opinion.
Well, there's a long way to go, but that is a contender, no doubt. Still got the talents of DK, Dinesh Karthik, to come in. Oh! Nice strike down the ground from Kola Kadmore. And that brings up both the 100 and their 50 partnership. Oh, that is right in Tom Kola Kadmore's hitting zone, isn't it?
Not quite a half volley, but not far off it. And on this surface, what we've seen is lowest bounce trajectory. They're just able to hit through the line. Pace off to finish. But again, with that boundary late in the piece, 9 come from it. 104 for 3. It's a good partnership. It's going along at a decent clip as well. 56 off 34. And Shakib with another. It's good. He's just got to be a little patient here, Shakib, and just keep driving it into the surface. He does try and grip the ball.
Yeah, he overpitched to Kola Kadmore, didn't he, in his first over? And he got punished down the ground. He does need to drag that length back a little. It was interesting seeing the running there, or listening to Raza. I think he was shouting, go, 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 go. And I think what Kola Kadmore was hearing was no, no, no. It took him an age to respond.
That's better. He was yeah that time.
Zimbabweans struggle with the English language.
certainly did. No go, go, go that time. Repairs to the favourite blade. Rocking the mullet. DKC.
Yeah, that's the most action he's seen from a pair of scissors for a while, isn't it?
You're not wrong there. Proper curly mop, isn't it? Fantastic.
He's got a bit on the front of the face as well, isn't he? What a cat weasel like.
Good from Shakib. What's happened in the last 3 overs? Shakib's talking to Pollard. This is when DKC was getting some work on his bat. Discussion there about what they might be looking to do, but the last 3 overs, the first 3 to 4 deliveries have been good. They've found a boundary late in the piece. They might have done it here as well. Secunda Raza over extra cover.
That's lovely. Not for Shakib. He actually gave himself a little bit of width just by leaving his front foot on leg stump, and maybe just outside, leaning back a little, which allowed him to get under the ball.
That's 6 more. So he goes back to back. Secunda, this is a brilliant little innings at the moment.
Class batting from Raza. That's the longer side. After hitting him off the front foot on the previous ball, he's looked for the slightly shorter ball. It wasn't a long hop by any stretch.
Again, required rate well and truly dealt with. 16 from that over, 12 done, 120 for 3.
Off that last over has given a nice little break here. 120 for 3, the Warriors. Same stage, the Emirates were 91 for 3, so they've got a real game break going on. There was some serious power right at the very end. Last couple of overs really for my Emirates when they were batting. And they're doing exactly the right thing, the Sharjah Warriors, making sure they're well ahead of the game at this stage. Secunda Raza often finds himself, it seems, in these sort of situations. 40 off 19 now. But on strike against Naveen Ul-Haq. Likes to run 2s. Not so much Kola Cadmore.
TKC says we'll just conserve our energy. 8.3 and over required. We've got 6s in the last over. Lovely one over. Extra cover. Andy Flower said this wasn't that short, but he just rips the wrists through the ball. Head scratching for Shakib. He's bowled 2 overs, gone for 27. Zahor 2 overs for 26.
Didn't see him bat for very long before he was called in. Nicely bowled by Naveen Ul-Haq. Change of pace, sort of a slower delivery from him.
Mentioned it too, Hazy, that the last 3 overs, first 3 balls have been singles, dots, and then later in the piece they've picked up those boundaries. No one's been able to close an over out yet. They need to close out 2 or 3 overs in a row here, the My Emirates.
Yeah, what a big game it is for both. Sitting 5 and 6 on the table, these teams. Desperate for a win, desperate for points. Extraordinary to see that net run rate for My Emirates at minus 3.03, and they've got the power lineup they've got. Dug in, but controlled, just the single. Good, Naveen, drafted in today. Halfway through his third over at the moment, 2 for 18. Chris Wokes is the man that's made way for him. Did a pretty good job, actually, Chris Wokes, in his initial spell in the previous game. Now he's got to make sure he finishes strong in this over. Shut the rest of this over down. They've got to make sure they get a string of some relatively tight overs together and ideally break this partnership, which has been building beautifully. The single.
That's the time. In the circle, you're just on the edge of the circle. You're saying, doesn't matter. They pinch one, so be it. If we can save it, yes, that's great. Don't want anything going past us inside the circle at the moment. Boundary riders on your toes. They can afford a couple of overs that go for 5 and 6, to be honest with you, the Warriors. It's about a tight over that grabs a wicket, as you said, Hazy, and breaks this 76-run partnership.
Sweeper into play on the offside, another single, just ticking it over. That's the last thing I want to do, actually, is break this partnership. The Warriors, they've got to make sure they take this nice and deep, these two guys. They've got some very capable players to come, and DK and Pretorius after that. DK will be nice and calm out there, I'd imagine. There's a look at the most sixes in the DP World ILT20. Paran with 73. We haven't seen him get going yet. In addition, 4. Hales at 64. Colin Cadmore with bang on 50 at the moment. Five singles so far in this over. Dug it in, slower delivery, shy at the stumps. I think he was going to be okay. He's very quick. Secunda Raza out of the blocks smartly at the non-striker's end. 6 off the over, 13 done, 126 for 3. And also timeout as well. Quick look at the match 6 match summary. Emirates 185 for 8. Shepherd played well for his 31. 126 for 3 at the moment. The Warriors with work to be done. 60 from 42. Doing okay at this stage. Faruqi back into the attack. 1 for 18. His return after 2 overs at this stage. This is the highest 4th wicket partnership for the Sharjah Warriors in ILT20. Just the single to start.
Yeah, good crowd in this afternoon here in Sharjah. Sunday afternoon, nice and warm, about 29 degrees. Lovely intimate cricket ground. I've been here now since 1992, I think. First season we had a triple tri-series. Surfaces never used to look like this though, Mike Hazeman, I can tell you that much. There was a sheen to them in those early days.
A sheen and no green.
Sheen and no green. And not a building between. We used to stay downtown Dubai. And we would drive from downtown Dubai. There was only 2 or 3 hotels you could stay at in the late 80s, early 90s. You would drive to Sharjah. There was not one building between the top of Zayed Road and Dubai and Sharjah. It was all desert. My, how it's changed.
It's changed a lot now. April 84 was the first game. In the Asia Cup, long time ago. Of course, that was when Javed Mianda did the last ball 6, the famous shot. I think most of us have seen that footage to beat India. Or the Australasia Cup final. Extraordinary. There's the skyline for Dubai now. Have a look at that spiral. Hosted the most international matches, Sharjah. I worked on a test match here. Australia versus Pakistan. Finished, it was a great test match actually, Simon. One of the sort of test matches you'd enjoy working on. Finished about half hour after tea on day 2. Bonus 3 days on the beach alongside Keith Stackpole and Jeff Thompson. It was terrific. The whole test match, well, I guess all of it, the whole test match, was around about 47 degrees, I think. Something ridiculous out in the middle. Matthew Hayden got 100 in a helmet. Played magnificently.
Hosted some great games of cricket over many, many years. And names as well. Sachin Tendulkar. I've been hit. I don't think you've played until you've been hit onto the road either. I've been hit onto the road.
Loud scream of 2. Going to come back quite comfortably. He's very vocal out there, Sikandar Raza, and very busy as well. 7 off that over, 14 done, 133 for 3. This is one of the sixes. This is Rutherford. Belted the ball onto the road, onto the truck, the bed of the truck almost, and almost through that shop window across the road. It came back eventually. There's about 4 bounces on the road, hard bounces on the road. I said to Aka Yunus in commentary box, he's alongside me, you would have given that back, of course, and not taken it. And he said, of course I would have. I wouldn't have want to bowl with that. Fine shot. There was one of many. 29 sixes in that game.
Yeah, lefties. It was Syed Anwar that popped me out there. Onto the road, the great Pakistan left-hander.
That's why the nets are up. That was the last time you bowled here, Simon. Haven't taken them down.
They need to be higher.
Oh, that's sky high. That's gone. That's right on top. That's a very fine shot from Sikandar Raza. Beautiful stuff. Goes to 50. Strike rate of 204 now. 53 off 26 balls.
Yeah, superb. Change of venue, change of team for Sikandar Raza this year. That's a wonderful way in the second game to start paying them back. Thought he'd skied it a little bit. But in the end, had plenty on it.
Simon, I just want to go back to something that you were referring to about 10 minutes ago. You were talking about the fact that because of the pitch that it is at the moment, the sixes are hit from a specific length here compared to other grounds. That was a fine shot from Sikandar Raza. Just was a bit of a top edge, I suppose, but it's right out of the important part of the blade and hit a long way. Much appreciated by his teammates. We'll come back and have a look at that in a sec. Oh, that's not too far away from that off stump. A little bit of an off cutter. Normally you have a situation where deliveries are bowled in the slot, they disappear, and the length balls are a little bit more difficult. Because of this venue though, the length balls are the ones that disappear, and the slot ones is where they pick up wickets. 5.38 metres from the stumps. The wickets fall. Boundaries at 6.59 from the base of the stumps, and that's because of the lesser bounce at the surface. Gone again. One bounce this time.
That's high quality batting this from Sikandar Raza. He has shot past Kohler Cadmore. He's only faced 6 less deliveries, so he's seen a lot more of the strike. He's been the dominant force in this 96-run partnership so far with 57. And we noticed this in the last couple of years actually, Hazy, that into the surface you still had the opportunity to disappear because it wouldn't bounce very high. The trajectory here is lower than both Abu Dhabi and Dubai.
Full toss, helped on its way. 6 more. Wow, good stuff. 150 on the board. 100 partnership up as well off just 57 deliveries. There's some going from Sikandar Raza and Kohler Cadmore.
It's absolutely superb. Not great bowling, you must say, from Romario Shepherd. Just a leg stump full toss. And scratch of the nose, scratch of the head. What can you do? Not much at the moment. A 37 ahead of where my Emirates were at this stage.
Yep, 36 from 31. Which they need at the moment, and they've got 7 wickets in hand. Sikandar's playing beautifully. Kieran Pollard's positioned himself at long off, where he normally does. Hasn't seen any action for a while because they've all been belted on the leg side, back at a square. That was the yeah. One. 18 runs off that over. 15 done, 151 for 3. Very quick with that second block of 50. 24 balls only. That's some going. 28 for the second is no slouch either. They've certainly been with a rocket, the Sharjah Warriors today. That's going to please their supporters, their owners, captain as well, Tim Southey. Look like they're on the way to a couple of points here. Zanfa now back into the attack. A mix of carom balls, some off spinners, balls from a very good height as well. It was times to be able to bowl a pretty reasonable pace. It's the carom ball. It's a very enthusiastic appeal. That's what that is.
I think they'll go for this. You know, I get a feeling it might have had a chance of clipping that leg stump if it was the carom ball. Taking the voice of Paul Wilson.
We get an LBW review given not out on field. It's a fair delivery. Just looking at split screen now. Roll this through. There's a gap there on the left-hand side when it goes past the bat, so we can go through to ball tracking when it's available, please. Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching in line, impacts in line, and wickets is umpire's call, so the review's retained. You can stay with the original decision of not out, Ghazi. Let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Cleverly bowled. He was very keen. Zanfa. Lovely visual of that carom ball, the way that it came back in towards Secunda. Another big shout this time the fingers up. Another big appeal, this time he gets the affirmative from the umpire, but it's going upstairs to Blocker Wilson.
We're getting an LBW review given out on field. It's a fair delivery. I'm just looking at split screen now. Roll this through. Okay, we can see there on the left-hand side there's a big gap between bat and ball. We can go through to ball tracking when it's available, please. Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching in line, impacts in line. Wickets is umpire's call, the review's retained. You can stay with the original decision of out, Ghazi. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
There we go, the dreaded digits up. Zanfa gets him eventually. Next ball, he picks him up. There's the response from Secunda Raza. and the smiles on my Emirates. Played beautifully. The Secunda Raza, 64 off 33. We're disappointed he's still not there towards the end. 151 for 4. He's a good addition, that's for sure. Dwayne Pretorius now. We thought it was going to be DK who's going to be coming in, but no, Dwayne Pretorius, who doesn't mind giving the ball a bit of a nudge when he's got the willow in his hand. 100 partnership, which has just finished, by the way, is the 5th 100 partnership for the Sharjah Warriorz. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has been involved in all 5 of those. Some going. Pretorius. And he's picked up another one, swiping across the line, and that's knocked the middle stump back.
It's another carom ball. It's a beauty. It was floated up. It's pitched around about middle and just moved away. Pretorius, it was expansive. Clearly sent out there to finish this innings off and have a go, but DK, it was relaxing. It's got to come now. Just look at it float out. Beautifully bowled. Again, it hits the top of middle stump. A short stay for Pretorius. He is on his way back. Is there a twist, Hazy? Is there a twist? 151 for 5.
Right, he's on a hat-trick now. There hasn't been a hat-trick in the ILT20. There's been no run scored off the 4 balls in this over. Dinesh Karthik's out there in the middle. There's a silly point as well. Hat-trick ball from Gazanfar. Oh! Solidly behind that one.
Oh, terrific bowling. It just shows you the vagaries of the umpire's decision. Previous one given not out, clip in leg, so remains not out. That one given out, clip in the top of middle, umpire's call was out, so will remain out. And then a beauty to get rid of Pretorius next up. Given my Emirates a little bit of hope, and Pollard now, as we've become accustomed to seeing over the years, just taking time out of the game.
It's game time with Kieran Pollard. 5 balls delivered in this over, not a run scored, 2 wickets going down. Oh, it's another carom ball, and that's terrific. That is brilliant. Double wicket maiden from Gazanfar. That is outstanding work. 151 for 5.
Or could this be another one? Has gone for 4. Just get the feel that Zahoor wasn't really alert to the opportunity over there.
Zahoor's having a tough evening. 2 overs for 26. Oh, and just look at his ready position as this ball's being lifted by Kola Cadmore. I wouldn't say it was a ready position, actually. He reacted really slowly. Wow, that was a chance.
Yeah, and a really big chance, Andy, in the context of the game. You've lost 2 wickets in the previous over, including Sikandar Razak. Pretorius hasn't played the cleverest shot he will in his career. And if you'd got Tom Colacadmo out over here, tell you what, the cat would have been amongst the pigeons.
Absolutely. There's some nerves out there, aren't there? Dinesh Karthik, skittish first couple of balls, facing Gazanfar. Now it's Naveen. Karthik on strike. Felt as if they were cruising, didn't it? With Raza at the crease. Now all of a sudden the pressure's ramped up.
Yeah, I think it takes you back to an old adage which you're taught as a kid. If you think you're doing well, add 2 wickets to the score and then see what the scoreboard looks like.
It's spoken like either a Gavaskar or a boycott.
We're spoken like someone who played cricket in the in the earlier century. Here's the wicket of Razak. Umpire's call. He got lucky with the umpire's call the previous delivery because the umpire said not out. Next one, not so lucky.
It was an amazing piece of skill. 2 balls in a row, both hitting in exactly the same spot, top of middle stump. Kola Cadmore missing the full toss. Been pretty quiet, Kola Cadmore. Didn't get much of the strike. Oh, these are the 2 balls. Pretorius, that's the second ball. An impetuous shot, but a brilliant piece of captaincy by Pollard. In at silly point, he had a slip in as well. All the pressure he was applying, and Pretorius wasn't up to it. Not on this occasion, he wasn't.
I think the brilliant piece of captaincy over there from Pollard was not just to get a silly point in, but to get himself in. The big unit, the big presence, right there in front of Pretorius. Just making sure the batter, in this case Pretorius, feels that presence over there.
Yeah, it's a great point, Rohan. The big man, isn't he? Imposing, dominant. He's standing there right in front of the new batsman's face. And he looks down upon you. He's not only, like, he's very tall, he's big and wide, strong, got this big deep voice. Guiding his troops, he'd be positioning people right there, 2 meters from the new batsman. A piece of gamesmanship from him that was excellent.
Call of 2 and they should get that. Nah. Get 1. End of the 17th is 159 for 5. .159 for 5. 27 required from the last 3. At one stage, it looked like the Warriors were cruising. A couple of wickets. at an inopportune time for the Warriors have just made this game a little bit more interesting than they would have liked. But they've got the experience of Dinesh Karthik and Tom Cadmo at the crease. We'll get a couple here. Ghazanfar in the last over that he bowled was on a hat trick. We haven't seen a hat trick in the ILT20 yet. He could have been the first player to get that quality bowling, and he's really got MI back in the game. He hasn't, no one's got a hat trick yet, but Ghazanfar, along with the wickets, has been outstanding in the field. Oh, quality from Faruqi there. Yeah, Ghazanfar has been really good on the field as well. In the game against Gulf Giants, have a look at this. On way up, he's run around, caught it, put in the big slide, and the cycle hub contender for catch of the season. That's definitely up there. And if he wins it, he gets a stylish and super cool bike courtesy of the cycle hub. Sensational catch that.
Ron, he was definitely aware of that prize coming. Did you see that little dive at the end?
Well, he was on his bike to get that, to get there. Yeah, experience from Karthik and Cadmo, just making sure they take it to the last 2 overs. 20 of the last 2. I think they'll be thinking, if we can get this to 20 of the last 2, we've got a good shout. Having said that though, Cadmo in the last 2 or 3 overs or so just seems to have lost his touch a little bit.
Yeah, well, he hasn't had that much strike throughout the innings, actually. So you can lose rhythm as a batsman. No doubt about that. Faruqi doing a good job here. No boundaries. This is DK's specialist area, isn't it? Lots of experience finishing the job for in the innings. So all that experience needs to come to the fore here. Been without cricket for a while though. Not easy to walk in and play fluently. Sure, he's been training hard. He's a meticulous preparer. But here he's under the pump yet again.
Yeah, they'll get a single. The one thing Sharjah Warriors don't want is a wicket, because the player coming in next will be under immense pressure. I think probably Adil Rashid, just the way he batted in that previous game. Well, Sharjah Warriors haven't got a point yet. It's the second game. 50 for Tom Cadmo. Excellent over this from Faruqi. 6 coming off it. 165 for 5. 21 needed. This is going down to the wire. Just get the feeling that the first 3 balls of this over are so crucial. Get a boundary in one of the first 3 deliveries and suddenly the pressure is on Zahoor. Don't get a boundary and TKC and Karthik will be thinking, whoa, can't keep too many for that last 6.
Yeah, and that was a very important piece of fielding from Faruqi to that first of those balls. That ball was travelling. He did well to tumble to his left. Interesting fielding change now. Fine legs gone back for Dinesh Karthik and square legs come up. So they're protecting the scoop. And they've protected mid-wicket and mid-on as well. So the big gap on the leg side is around the square leg region.
In the gap and 4. Much needed boundary for the Sharjah Warriors. And as you were saying, Andy, this is what DK has been doing towards the latter part of his T20 career. The role of a finisher.
Well, Zahoor angled that in. Karthik picked it up. And that's just in front of square leg. That is the big gap that we were talking about. And Karthik found it. Good piece of skill. They've kept the field the same. And Zahoor will be looking either for the slower ball or the Yorker.
Oh, excellently bowled. He was drafted into the 11 because of his ability to bowl well at the back end of the innings. And he needs to do that now. 15 required of 9. Right, they got a boundary of the first 3. Can they get a boundary of the next 3, the Sharjah Warriors? Quality shot. No, he's gone. Tom Benton, safe as houses. TKC hit that straight as an arrow, but they've picked up a wicket now.
It did look a quality shot. From here, that ball was heading directly towards us. Hit very low on the bat, but he hit it hard. And Banton had to track sideways and backwards to his left and took an outstanding catch under pressure. And Zahoor gets his man. Tom Kohler-Cadmore gone for an excellent 51. He held the innings together and Warriors 171 for 6.
Right, 15 required from 8. Adil Rashid had made a really good cameo in the previous game. Good delivery from Zahoor.
Yes, he's done well, Zahoor, hasn't he? He went for 26 in his first 2 overs. And looked like he was struggling. He's made a great comeback. It's a huge wicket for my Emirates. Good pair of hands. Tom Banton, and that's why he's at long on. That is the hot spot at this time of the game. Very well taken. I think he's talking about the lights, but that was a great catch. So, the pressure is on DK. Last ball of the penultimate over. 14 runs still to get.
He's got to try and smack this for a boundary. Oh, will that be a wide? Yes, it will. Zahoor obviously unhappy with the decision.
Oh, pain written all over Zahoor's face. Oh. Looked like a great piece of bowling, didn't it?
Caught behind review, given not out on field. It's a fair delivery. Just looking
line.
at split screen. Roll it through.
But where was Dinesh Karthik?
Looks
That's
like
the point.
Looks like there's a gap here.
As the ball was released, where was Dinesh Karthik? The rule stands, the understanding for the umpires is if the batsman has moved across past off stump, that wide line moves with him.
Ultrad's coming up now. Go. Roll this through, please. Okay, there's a gap here between bat and ball as he goes past. Okay, there's no bat involved through the keeper. So you can stay the original decision packed in of not out. Review is lost. Let you know when you're on screen. Single now.
Well, last ball coming up. Still going to try and hit this for a boundary now, Dinesh Karthik. Over mid off. Be another wide. That's the thing about Cameron Power. Always has that poker face. Gives nothing away.
This is the wide, a little wider than the ball before. Some skill though to hit it. Oh, he gave a little away. Closed the eyes gently. Occasionally gets the old teapot, doesn't he? Hands on hips. It's a huge ball for Zahoor.
Straight to the fielder, just the one. 11 required of the final over. It's 175 for 6. Right, 11 needed. 6 deliveries. Will be a wide to start with. They've just lost the shape and discipline a little bit over the last 3 deliveries, my Emirates. 3 wides.
Well, it's an interesting field they've got set here. They've got 4 men out on the leg side and only 1 out on the offside. So you can see what Shepherd's trying to do. He's trying to angle that Yorker in at Dinesh Karthik and make him hit to the longer side, which is his leg side.
Good delivery.
Outstanding delivery. Look at that. That's exactly what he was trying to do. Got a slightly slingy action, but the ball could angle in from that slightly lowered delivery position. And that's what it does. Just slid in a little. Actually ended up full toss, which DK missed. What tactic will Pollard employ for Adil Rashid? At the moment, it looks like they've pulled fine leg up into the circle. And it looks like mid-off is going out. Mid-off. Pollard himself is going out. Adil Rashid hits it nicely over mid-off. Good thinking from Pollard.
Oh, good delivery once again. And now we will hug the fielder at fine leg. Just the single.
Wow, that was a great ball again, wasn't it? Rashid played it nicely. And I guess you could say he was a little unlucky. It went straight to that man at short fine leg. Again, a low, slingy, in-swinging Yorker. A couple of meters either side of that short fine leg, it would have been 4.
Another wide. And DK seems to be hobbling a bit over there.
Well, that's a real hobble he's got on. Could use my crutches, right?
Well, I'll tell you what it does. It just makes it simple for him now. It's just boundaries. He's got to hit 2 boundaries. Top quality bowling from Shepherd. He's nailing those Yorkers at the moment, under pressure.
Well, he looks in real pain, doesn't he? I'm not sure what he's done.
Well, he's 12 of 13. Would you retire him right now? If he can't run, would you retire him?
Well, I guess Saudi would come in. He's a great 6-hitter. But this is your prime finisher.
He's gone. Farooqi with the catch. DK in all kinds of trouble. He's going to hobble up. But my Emirates, my God, they've made their way back into this game.
They really have. And this is going to be a long hobble off for DK. Physio's joined him. Again, you've got to say, Romario Shepherd's done brilliantly there. Swinging Yorker, Farooqi takes what ended up quite a simple catch. You've got to feel for DK here. He's really struggling. Anyway, Dinesh Karthik out for 12. And Warriors 179 for 7. 2 balls to go.
They'll scamper across for 1. 6 needed off the last ball.
Well, some brilliant bowling here from Romario Shepherd. Angling those Yorkers in to leg stump or just outside. Karthik went for the High risk, high reward reverse sweep over short third man, and ended up splicing it to a backward point.
I wonder how deep in the crease Rashid is, because... Oh, great delivery, great delivery! Romario Shepherd comes up clutch. Such an important time. Confidence would have been low going into that last over, but the mental strength of the man to nail those Yorkers and make sure his team gets their first 2 points of the tournament. Fabulous stuff from Emirates to pull this victory.
Brilliant work from Romario Shepherd. 31 of 10 balls with a bat. Romario Shepherd shepherding his team to a brilliant victory. 31 of 10 balls with a bat to finish off the innings with some pizzazz. And then he finished off the Warriors innings with a bunch of brilliant in-swinging Yorkers. Pollard remained cool throughout. And you could see what it meant for Nicholas Pooran sitting in the dugout watching it all happen. And MI have points on the board.
You got to feel for the Sharjah Warriors, though. They thought they had this game done and dusted. It's a big learning curve. They'll take some solace from it, though. Handshakes all around. My Emirates have pulled a rabbit out of the hat. At one stage, it looked like the Sharjah Warriors going to walk home with this. But a crucial over from Gazanfar, where he picked up 2 wickets. Didn't concede a run, got them back on track. And this was the winning moment. Romario Shepherd getting that Yorker spot on. Now look at the joy on his face. Nicky P, he knows it was important to get off the mark. They lost the first game by a big margin. They won the second game with a small margin, but points on board, and that's all they'll care for at the moment. They love coming here, my Emirates. They've played 6, won 6. Tell you what, soon they'll be petitioning to have all their games over here. Fazilul Farooqi was good, but that man on your screen, Gazanfar, outstanding. Have a look at the batting card, though. Tom Colocadmo got a half century, 51 of 42. But the innings, the outstanding innings was Sikandar Raza, 64 of 33. And once he got out, it all fell apart. Pretorius got out the very next delivery. Dinesh Karthik couldn't quite get his rhythm, couldn't quite get his groove. And it just turned out to be a little bit too much for the Sharjah Warriors. And they fall short by 4 runs.
Gazanfar was brilliant. 2 hugely important wickets. Sikandar Raza, who was scoring quickly and easily, and Pretorius with the next ball. Zahoor and Shepherd were brilliant at the end. Zahoor with the 19th, Shepherd with the 20th, and they closed it out in professional and inspirational way.
Well, story of the game, in case you're just joining us, my Emirates got to 185 for 8, Wasim with 39, Bairstow with 37, but Romario Shepherd with 31 of 10 deliveries was the pick of the batters. For the Warriors, it was Rashid with 3 for 32 who bowled really well. When it was their turn to bat, Sikandar Raza, 64 of 33, played really well, but unfortunately couldn't take his team through. That's the leaderboard. Sharjah Warriors, bottom of that table. My Emirates have moved from the bottom to number 4. They'll be really happy with their first points on that leaderboard.
DP World ILT20.
Yeah, we've just witnessed an absolute nail-biter. My Emirates winning by 4 runs. Wasim with 39 when they batted. Shepherd with 31 when they batted with the pick of the batters. Rashid with his 3 for 32 good. Let's go down to Simon Dool for the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation for today's match, one that went right down to the wire, and My Emirates getting across the line very late in the piece. We'd like to say a huge thanks to all the sponsors of the DP World ILT20 for this season. They are DP World, 1xBat, Big Ticket, TCL and the Cycle Hub. Also, the DP World ILT20 would like to say a huge thank you to the government organisations, stadium authorities and all those involved in the smooth conduct of tonight's match. First award for today's presentation is the DP World Dispatch of the Day. The winner gets a trophy and a cheque of USD $1,500. Tonight's award goes to Romario Shepherd for his 6-over point off Junaid Siddiqui. Terrific shot, carved into the grandstands here in Sharjah. Mr. Mazhar Khan, the General Manager of the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, will be presenting this award to Romario Shepherd. Thank you very much to Mazhar Khan, and now I'd like to ask Tim Southey to come up and have a few words. Tim, I guess that one's pretty tough. Does it feel like one that got away?
Yeah, it does, but that's T20 cricket, isn't it? You got to both sides run it throughout. I thought that partnership was brilliant between Raza and TKC. But yeah, fell short in the end.
Take me back to the bowling performance. What did you make of it?
I think it was improved on the other night, but I think as a unit we know we can probably be a bit better as well. We sort of speak about here being able to adapt to conditions. Obviously, day game was going to be different to the last game, and I thought we did it better than we did the other night. But I think there's still room for improvement. You think when partnerships are formed, it's very important for one or two of those guys or both to stay there. It's not as easy to come in and start. No, ideally it's nice if someone's there at the end, but we know in game of cricket as a bowling side, if you're able to take wickets, you can slow things down and games can change. So credit to Mumbai, they were able to take those wickets towards the end there, which I guess changed momentum back in their favour. Any news on Dinesh Karthik? What was it? I'm not too sure. I haven't seen him yet, but yeah, we'll find out. Well, next hopefully everything's okay. Yeah. Good luck in the next one. Thanks very much, Tim. Tim Southey there, Warriors captain. Time now to have a chat to Kieran Pollard. Just stole one late in the piece there, Kieran. How happy are you with that?
Very happy, but I shouldn't be speaking as a winning captain right now.
Why not?
Well, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and tonight again showed, once you fight, till the end, anything is possible. And so the guys held their nerves in the back end, and well played to the guys. And with the bat as well. I mean, it looked good to start with? Sort of you wanted no wickets in the power play or 1 wicket max, so you got that right. Just slowed down a little bit through the middle. Yeah, we did. Again, loss of wickets together. Obviously, we lost Puran in that over and Mazim together, and that tend to slow you down, a bit. We tried to rebuild, as quickly as possible, but again, they bowl well, so you have to give it to them. And we got a good flourish in the end, from Sheppy, 30 odd off about 10 balls, and that gave us the momentum, going into the second half. What were you saying to him in that last over? No, I didn't actually say anything. At the last ball, he wanted me to come and speak to him. I said, "Boss, you've been doing it for 5 balls. I don't want to come and change it at this time." But again, I said they held their nerves in the back end, and in the timeout, I said, "Listen, you take the game down to the wire, you never know what could happen." Couple wickets. Allah came and bowled important over for us, getting a couple wickets there. I thought that was the turning point for us in this match. Now, you made a couple of changes that worked. I mean, Zahor's last over was a really good one as well, bringing Naveen into the side too. So those little changes worked well on this surface. So were they just surface-specific changes? Yeah, surface-specific. And again, horses for courses is something that we look at. We play a lot of cricket, and you just don't try to be monotonous because a guy is doing well. You have to understand what is needed. And it's something that we emphasize early up in the piece. So, guys can perform and the next game can be out because, again, you're looking for the best combination at that point in time. And, changes work for us today. Let's see what happens in a couple of days' time. That's the benefit of the strong squad, mate. Thank you very much. Good luck and well done in the next one. Kieran Pollard there, the skipper of My Emirates. Right, time now for the Player of the Match award. The winner gets a trophy and a cheque for $1,500 US. This award goes to Romario Shepherd, 31 off 10, and then a brilliant last over. Drishti Sharma, Sharjah Warriorz representative, will be presenting this award to Romario. Come on in, Romario, take that microphone out of your pocket. We'll start with the batting. What were you thinking when you went out there, and what's the key to your striking ability?
Well, for me, it's clarity. When I went out, I knew what the deal was to just try and get the momentum back at that stage, because at that stage, we lost Polly, then we lost Bant, so at that stage, they had the momentum, so for me to finish the game. It always momentum in T20 cricket, so once we came in with the momentum, I know that, we have a chance.
Your form with the bat in the last 18 months to 2 years at the back end of innings has been superb. What do you put that down to? What do you work on in the net sessions and the training time that you get?
Well, firstly, I work on my shape because I know once I hold my shape, I can hit the ball for 6 any part of the ground. So that's something that I pay keen attention to. So whoever is throwing at me, I try and tell them just look at my head position and stuff like that. And, it came out in the game today, and it's just for me to react.
Let's go to the bowling. Last over, charged with the responsibilities. What was going through your mind? I mean, obviously just nailing those Yorkers. Is that all you were looking to do?
Yeah, that was all I was looking to do at that stage, because I know it was reversing, and I know how hard it is at the back end to hit reverse swings. So Pollard told me that this is my over, let me do whatever I want to do in this over, and I told him that this is what I want to do.
And he said he didn't really have to come up and talk to you, just left it over to you. You've experienced enough to get through that situation.
Yeah, because at that time, I had a clear mind because I knew exactly what I wanted to execute, so I think that would help me.
Brilliant from you tonight. Congratulations, Mario. Well played. Player of the match from Mario Shepherd here tonight. A win for the My Emirates. And they take their 2 points.
Thank you, Dooley. And that's what the table looks like at the moment. Sharjah Warriors yet to get off the mark. My Emirates have moved to 4th place. And they've done well. They'll be happy with those 2 points. But Gulf Giants looking really strong with 4 points and a very healthy net run rate. Well, I'll tell you what though, you've got some more fabulous entertainment coming up. Match number 7, it's next. Dubai Capitals versus the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders. We'll be live from the Dubai International Stadium in just about 30 minutes. Till then, goodbye.
We have been treated to an absolute ripper of a game here in Sharjah. It was my Emirates who won by 4 runs, but you did not know it was going to be them till the very, very end. Some really impressive individual performances throughout, but it was my Emirates who got the win, only just. 6 needed off the last ball. Romario Shepherd held his nerve. What a game he had, earning player of the match. He started the over with a wide. He pulled it back. Wickets were taken, and my Emirates get the points. Nicholas Pooran really enjoyed that. Did you not see DK? I hope he didn't hurt his back. But everyone very excited about that one because, as I say, came right down to the wire. Kieran Pollard held his nerve as captain, was very proactive within the field, and they did a great job. At one point, the Sharjah Warriors really were coasting, and you thought for all money the game was theirs. So they're off the bottom of the table. The Sharjah Warriors are right down there on it. They don't get the points. It's their second loss in a row. My Emirates needed that win. They got it. Things are looking good, and they're sitting in 4th. Thanks so much for joining us, Andy Flower, Simon Dool alongside me here. And it was a little tense in the commentary box there at points because there was a couple of people going for Sharjah. Actually, I don't think anyone was going for the Sharjah Warriors. Now I've said that out loud. My Emirates, you just didn't know who was going to win it, Andy.
Yeah, it was a ripper of a game, wasn't it? Brilliant game. It's nice seeing a finale like that. On a small ground, you would have expected Sharjah Warriors to come through. They'd set it up brilliantly. They didn't need much more than a runner ball for the last 3 or so overs. And they still came up short. I thought some of the tactical captaincy from Pollard was excellent. We might talk about that a little later. And he's a true winner. And my Emirates, or my franchises, they know how to win.
They certainly do know how to win. And when you interviewed Kieran Pollard at the end, he came up and said he shouldn't have been the winning captain. So they must have at some point thought that Sharjah Warriors had this.
Yeah, and at times in games, you feel like you're behind the 8 ball. You're well and truly gone out of the game. But Gazunfa's 2 wickets, and then obviously Dinesh Karthik just struggling a little bit with the bat. TKC getting out down the ground to Zahor late in the piece. There were just moments where you felt a wicket or 2, and my Emirates could come right back into it. And Andy makes a great point. You know, Kieran bringing himself in under the helmet and Gazunfa's over. Little things like that, having an extra man in the circle on the odd occasion in past tournaments. He just understands situations because of his vast experience, and he knows how to captain sides, and he knows the players he's got too. He talked about Romario Shepherd. I just left him alone. I left him alone. Didn't say a thing to him. He told me at the start of the over, you've got this, do what you do. And that's about understanding the human beings that you've got on your side and just letting them go about their business.
So if we talk a little more in depth about that captaincy and how it works, when you get to a point, I suppose coaching captain, because you've got your timeouts, you've got different strategies that you're employing throughout the game. What's the comms from coach to captain at a point or at different points in that second innings?
Look, I think if you see something worth intervening on, I think you should be sending a message out there. But in this instance, with Pollard as captain out there, a lot of coaches will just let him do his thing. Simon's just talked about Pollard allowing Romario Shepherd to make his own decisions as the bowler in that last over. It's very similar with such an experienced operator like Pollard in his relationship with the head coach. The head coach will know that this guy has seen pretty much everything in T20 cricket over a long career, and so will trust him to make really sensible decisions. And he didn't only do that, I thought he inspired as well. He inspires confidence because of the way he holds himself under pressure. His calmness is something that will be passed on to the bowlers in those crucial times. And you could see even that penultimate over bowled by Zahur Khan, who'd had a tough couple of overs. I think his first 2 overs went for 26. He came back brilliantly in that penultimate over, bowled a few great Yorkers, which gave Shepherd a little bit of wriggle room in that last over.
And as you mentioned, Dooley, with like the field placements as well, Rohan Gavaskar made the point actually in commentary about Pollard's physical presence on the field and where he had him stand when it came to putting pressure on the batsman at different times. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, well, it's just understanding the situations of the game. Often we see him at long on or long off in big pressure situations when boundaries are required. When wickets are required, he just puts the helmet on, pops into silly point. It gets under the skin, and he's that sort of presence. You know, he's a huge human anyway, but he's that sort of presence that just understands at that time of the game, I need to be in under the new batter's face and maybe just having a little chirp. He's not shy of a chirp, Big Kyron, and that's okay. Because I love that about the captaincy side of things. They needed desperately. Sharjah Warriorz were on top. They were winning that game 8, 9 times out of 10, but couldn't quite do it. So that is down to Kyron's captaincy and Zahoor and Shepherd in the last over, Gazantfa's over, those little things in and around it, but he understands all of those permutations and just passes on the responsibility.
It might have a little something to do with the coaching as well. Robin Singh joins us now. Congratulations on that victory. That was brilliant. How are you feeling after that one? Was your heart in your mouth a little bit there?
A little bit, yeah. I see a lot of these games, but you know, T20 is all about holding your nerve at the right time. And I just heard Dooley speaking about Polly's captaincy. So really and truly on this wicket, it's not that easy to start as when you come in. And the back end, when you have 3-4 overs to go, people start looking at the run rate. And I think the important thing is to make sure that you make them look at the run rate, to ensure that you bowl good balls more than anything else. And that naturally fetches you wickets. Obviously, I think I was having a chat with some of the bowlers in there, and the ball started reversing a little bit. That helped. Yeah. Gets a bit softer, especially in Sharjah. So I think a new batter in is the key on these wickets.
You had a great start with the ball. Romario Shepherd, with the bat, I should say. Romario Shepherd at the end of that innings really added a bit of impetus as you went into the changing rooms at the halfway point. What was the messaging to your troops after that?
Look, honestly, we were looking at around 190. That's the sort of target that we were looking at, especially since the wicket was doing a little bit at the start. It was a little slow, so we are not really sure. Maybe in the last 5 overs try and get about 10, 12 run over, because we have enough big hitters in the shed. Unfortunately, we lost Nicholas in the wrong time. We lost Wazim in the wrong time. Polly got out. So most of the big hitters got out, you know, back to back. So importantly, Sheppy is somebody who, I mean, of course, you guys have been working with him in Bangalore. I think last year when he worked with us, he picked up his game. What is good about Sheppy is he understands his game much better than what he did last year. So we had some long conversations about what is sort of role that we would like him to play. And you know, it's very simple. I told him, if you bat 10 balls, you need to hit me 3 sixes. Get more than that, it's fine. I'm okay with 200 strike rate, but if he can get us 400, it's a bonus. So I think he's a really good learner. It's good for the game. So I'm trying to groom him into a situation where probably he will take over from Polly in that sort of role. I think what we are trying to get is his bowling right. So maybe a little more bowling, understand situations better. So these are really good situations for him, right? Because once you go into other competitions, you have the confidence to actually execute in the debt.
Talk to Kyron about the changes you made. It's not easy. One game into the tournament, you find 3 different players to bring in, but from a situational point of view, going from Sharjah to Abu Dhabi to Dubai, you've got to make those changes because the surfaces are completely different. So they worked tonight.
Yeah, certainly. I think, of course, you know, for an international player to leave out someone like Chris, it's not that easy. He bowled well in the last game, but we have to look at the conditions. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the game. And sometimes you take the decision too late, and it's an afterthought. It can't be an afterthought in this game. Either you take the decision or you don't take it, and you have to live with that.
Are you talking to those players?
Yeah, we spoke to them about it. So I think everybody understands that, and that's the nature of the team.
As long as there's clear communication, that's kind of what you want.
It's pretty much as simple as that. You know, Zahoor is a better bowler in these conditions for us. He may or may not play in the next game, but that's the nature of the game. Abu Dhabi is a totally different surface. The ball comes through. There's a lot of swing, seam. And it's a good batting wicket, so hopefully it's one of the venues that we have really done well.
And Robin, talking about decision-making as a head coach, you had a tricky decision to make and made it during the batting innings when you retired Shakib Al Hassan, I think with either 4 or 5 overs to go. Talk us through that decision and some of your concerns when you make that type of decision on a player.
I think most of the players understand that. We need to understand in the last 5 overs who can maximize the score for us. And it's really Pollard, it's really Shepherd, right? I know it's a tough decision for a player, but I think we speak to the player after that and they sort of understand that. So at the same time, we give you a role that sometimes it's not your role actually. So we wanted to keep a left-right going, considering they had Adil. So that was one of the decisions we made. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work. But even Tejin is a very good player spin. He's
That
underrated.
was an interesting call as well, setting him out ahead of Big Shep. And we were sitting in the commentary box and like, really?
Yeah, I was having a full go at you, mate, saying, why aren't you sending Romario in? And bang, Taj went.
Then he goes.
Yeah, he's a very good player spin. He's highly underrated. And he hits both sides of the wicket. So that's something for you all to remember.
Coach. Good call.
It's worked wonderfully for you.
Yeah, well, the good thing is when we work with players, right, and I'm sure you guys know that, when we work with players, we see what they can do. And of course, most people who are sitting, I mean, you guys are doing commentary, so you really won't know what our game plan is to a large extent. It's what you see is what you comment on at the end of the day.
I was totally sure I knew your game plan, absolutely. Did not hear me on commentary today. Just joking. Anyway, let's talk about Naveen, though. He was one of the changes you made. He got 2 wickets. Tell us about him as a player and what you like about him and why you thought he'd be suitable out here today.
The good thing about him is he'll fight to the end. And that's what I like. That's what T20 is all about. You need to be able to go there and fight because you will get hit. You have to accept that. But I think important thing is to be able to execute your skills and trust your skills. So he's someone who is very confident. You talk to him, he's really confident about what he can do.
And Robin, he's come off a long-term injury, hasn't he?
That's right.
So, and I think I'm right in saying that you guys have helped rehabilitate him.
Yeah, certainly. And we really didn't want to play Voxie and him in the same game because both were coming off injuries. So that's one of the moves that we were actually trying to sort of manage those players. I think they're in pretty good shape now.
Strong Afghanistan presence. And I think you talk about Naveen, but I think they all, you see them. You see Gulbuddin, you see, you know, Naveen had some big battles over the last few years with some high-profile players, and he wants to be in that fight. He wants to be in the game. Gazantfa, Fazal Haq, we see them all throughout this tournament. Omarzai, there's something in them that wants to fight and win, isn't there?
Yeah, they're a dangerous side in the World Cup. Trust me, especially in India in T20 World Cup, they're quite a dangerous team.
When we look at where the game changed, nothing changed the game as quick as a double wicket maiden, Simon Doull. And you were in the commentary box, I think, around that time that was happening. And it really did just shift the whole momentum.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Karen ball. It's just a beautiful delivery from Gazantfa. Floats out. I thought he could have given the LBW, the first one. I thought he could have given it because I felt it was going to hit leg stump. Obviously not given it. It just shows you what the umpires call and how different that makes. And the second one that he did give was only just clipping the top of middle as well. And that was reviewed. So I just thought it was a terrific little over, great timing. And you see Pollard in here now underneath there. Look how close he is. I mean, there's 6'6" and 140 kilos bearing down on the batter, putting pressure on. And that's what we talked about earlier. He just assesses situations very, very well. And that was a moment in time in that game where he needed to put some pressure on, and he did it wonderfully.
And the other thing that you didn't see in that clip was the field placing. What Pollard had done, he'd brought pretty much everyone in except for 2 sweepers, one on the leg side, one on the offside. The batsman would have felt that, even though he's a batsman of such experience, Dinesh Karthik, he would have been wondering, shall I bop this guy over the top or not? And one of your jobs as captain is to create doubt in those in the batsman. And tactically, I thought he did that brilliantly.
Yeah, certainly.
He absolutely did. And you got the win, so congratulations. Thank you for coming over and talking to us. Really appreciate your time. We'll let you go and celebrate with your troops there. You don't get to go anywhere, though. You have to stay with us. We're going to take a short break here on Cricket Safari. When we come back, there's more analysis of tonight's game. Welcome back to Cricket Safari. Thank you so much for joining us here at Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We've been treated to quite a game here, and it was my Emirates who managed to get across the line, winning by 4 wickets, getting their first points in this DP World ILT20 Season 4. Well and truly underway. It's Super Sunday. This is the first of 2 games today, and the second one is starting very soon, but you need to stay with us first because we've got plenty to break down. And to help me do that, Dooley is still alongside me, and Rohan Gavaskar. Ro, how were your nerves after that? Who did you want to win? Who were you cheering for?
Well, I predicted my Emirates, so just to get a little further up the leaderboard in the prediction table,
Yeah, nice.
my prayers were with my Emirates.
And they did pay off. It was an incredible game. But for all money, Sharjah Warriors had that. They have to know that they should have won. They should have those points that my now have. Simon Doull, where do you think they, I mean, it was obviously the double wicket maiden that really did it, but the main areas that meant they lost it, would you say?
Yeah, tough start for them. 2 games in, 2 losses, and you know, one, they were just completely battered out of the park in their first game with Abu Dhabi Knight Riders scoring that massive 230 odd. Today, it was one they should have won, and when you lose those types of games, it dents your confidence. Where did they go wrong in particular? I mean, obviously that double wicket maiden, but you know, you've got to have guys stay there. We've seen how tough it is to come out and start on this surface, so someone had to take the responsibility to finish that innings off from a batting point of view. And just maybe at the back end, I'm not saying that Romario Shepherd is easy to bowl to, because he's not. It's not an easy task, but they just missed their mark a little bit at the back end and could possibly have been chasing 175 and then game on.
Well, they were never really behind in run rate, though. It was wickets. 3 wickets in the power play, which was an issue for the Sharjah Warriors. Losing Tim David, I thought, oh no, she's all over here. But Sikandar Raza did a brilliant job, along with TKC, of just moving the game along at a pace that Sharjah Warriors, no one had to panic. No one had to do anything sort of erratic.
Yeah, that's the word that you use there, panic. And I think also game awareness, Laura. I think that double wicket maiden that we talk about, right? This was Sikandar Raza and the way he batted. He was outstanding. 64 of 33 deliveries. He really, you know, took the bull by its horns, played some outstanding shots. What he did really well in this innings was make sure that that required rate that you were asking was well in control. None of the batters that followed had to do anything special. And I think that's why I think game awareness, when I was talking about game awareness, I think Dwayne Pretorius, he's got to be sitting up there in that dressing room holding his hand up and said, listen lads, I've made a mistake there. I've been a big boo-boo. Because all you had to do...
I hope that's how it went. I hope more than anything that is how we got bit of a...
I made a big boo-boo.
Bit of a boo-boo here.
Yeah,
I'm just going to go...
Right. Yeah. because at that point, Ghazanfar, what was he brought on for? Listen.
Boo-boo.
It's the second time today, Laura.
Oh, you've got me good. You've got me real good there. So, you keep going. No, it's good.
It's basically Ghazanfar. He was brought on to pick up wickets. You play his overs out, and then it's easy straight.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to play that shot first up. You've not given yourself any time. You've just come in. As you said, Dooley, hard to come in and play shots from word go. Yeah, it's... For a player of his ability, and that's the problem, the player with so much ability and so much experience, you expect better.
Well, take us back to last night, all right, James Vince.
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't at his fluid best. These two, TKC and, I mean, it probably wasn't at his absolute best tonight, TKC, but that partnership had the run rate down to 7.5. 7.5 required with 6 wickets in hand, or 7 in hand at the time. You're chasing that down every time. You should not be losing that game. And no one had the ability to stay there and see it through. And that's what James Vince did last night when he wasn't at his best by any stretch. But he just saw the game through. I know it was a lower total. I get all that. But he actually fought through it and saw his team through. That's what didn't happen tonight.
Yeah, finding a way. If we just nip back quickly to TKC's innings, I felt it's like he didn't get hold of the strike often enough. He sort of lost his rhythm. I think you mentioned it when you were on comms, that he had just lost his way at a point that was actually quite crucial in the end for the Warriors.
Yeah, starved of the strike. And I'm not sure that a number of deliveries total in the end he faced, but at one stage he had faced sort of 34 of about 100. And it just wasn't enough for a guy who was opening the batting. He just hadn't seen enough of the strike. So that tells me also that the ones, the twos, maybe just weren't there enough, pushing for the odd 3. You don't get too many 3s here in Sharjah, but just rotating the strike at that time where you only need 7, 8 and over.
Warriors captain Tim Southee said post-match with Simon Doull that the bowling, although improved, they know there is room for improvement. Adil Rashid is not one that perhaps we need to see much improvement from. He took 3 wickets tonight, 2 the other night. What makes him so successful out here?
again, just game awareness, when to flight the ball, when to get a little bit more loop, when to bowl flatter, when to think as a bowler, listen, this is not the time for me to pick up wickets, but this is the time for me to just keep it tight, build some pressure of dot balls, which batters he needs to attack, just experience, and above experience, just quality, skill set. You know, too often we talk about experience and the fact that, you know, you can understand what you need to do in the game, but you also need to have the ability to execute what you've got going on in your head, which he did really well. He knew, he gives it a lot of rep, so the ball dips quite a bit. So, you know, quite often, you know, you'd go dancing down the track and the ball's not there and you've got to go to plan B as a batter. He's a quality cricketer, and we've seen that over the last two games. In the last game, again, he bowled really well. He batted really well, had a really good cameo where he hit a few boundaries. This time around, it was his bowling again. I think he's a real value add to this team.
If you ask most of us who work in cricket a lot around the world, who are the three most destructive batters in world T20 cricket, Nicholas Pooran's going to be at the top of that list, or number 2 or number 3, okay? Adil Rashid's record against Nicholas Pooran now, 5 times he's got him out, strike rate of 103.
Yeah, less than 100.
And an average of less than 20. And he's, you know, it's just, and that's like 87 or 88, 90 deliveries he's bowled to him in T20 cricket. So he's got Nicholas Pooran's number. And that is phenomenal numbers for a guy whose career strike rate is 150 against a high quality, you know, matchup, batter versus bowler. Adil Rashid was brilliant tonight.
He really, really was. So my Emirates, they take the spoils, they get the points, they're on the board and things are looking up for them. Sharjah Warriors have got a bit to do, but this was just, of course, the first game here in Super Sunday of the DP World ILT20. There's another one coming up, and one of the stars on show had a crack at this or that.
Alex Hales, welcome to This or That. Weights or treadmill?
Well, look how skinny I am, probably neither. But if I had to choose, I'd go weights.
Instagram or Snapchat?
Instagram.
Calling or messaging?
Messaging.
Rice or pudding?
Pudding.
Wake up early or wake up late?
Wake up early.
Score a century or take a fifer?
Well, I've never taken a fifer, so I'll have to go fifer.
Tendulkar or Lara?
Oh, I can't annoy 1.4 billion people, so I'm gonna have to go Sachin Tendulkar.
Spicy or mild?
Spicy.
Room service or going out?
Room service.
Dogs or cats?
Both. If I had to choose, dogs.
Tea or coffee?
Coffee.
Tidy or messy?
I want to be tidy, but I'm just not messy.
Cake or ice cream?
Ice cream.
Sing or dance?
Neither. Sing. If I had to pick, I'm such a bad dancer. Sing.
So are you going to sing for us then?
No. You really don't, honestly. Everyone will click off it straight away.
Money or love?
Oh, can you have both? You pick love, don't you, all day?
And finally, win another trophy or go for a romantic holiday with your wife?
Oh, how can you do that to me? Well, I just pick love over money, so I'll take the trophy and then take my wife away with the prize money. So, is that allowed?
That is the second this or that today that I have seen where some player has really had to pause between the love and money question. Boys, love and money?
Love.
Smart man.
Yeah, I know. I chase the money all over the world, man. Absolutely.
Love. It's all about the love. Who's got it tonight, just quickly? ADKR, is it the Capitals can bounce back?
I'm going to go with ADKR.
Yeah, I'll be the same, I think. Winning the toss, bowling first.
Okay, Dubai International Stadium. Go there now. Watch it, the second of today's Super Sunday. Thank you so much for joining us here at Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We'll see you next time, but don't forget, go and watch in Dubai.